explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. When I got back, my neighbor was cutting their grass. So I just took that as a sign to like, yep, go ahead and cut the grass, you know. So I cut the front yard, cut the backyard. Now while I'm cutting the front yard, I got my headphones on, right? Music blasting. I heard a big ass boom. I'm thinking the nigga had a wreck. So I didn't mind it. I kept cutting the grass. I was like halfway done too when that shit happened. Boom. Man, I done went to go get the blower. Found out that the blower is broke, so I went to go get the little mini blower. And I saw they had no lights on the fucking battery station. So I was like, I know damn well the lights ain't off. I flipped the fucking switch. That bitch did not come on. I was like, oh, bitch. I came in here. I didn't even have to come in here. I checked the fucking Wi-Fi box out there. Lights off. I was like, oh, bitch. So, I wasn't going to cut the backyard, but I decided to cut the backyard just wasting time. So I cut the front yard and backyard. Boom. While I'm cutting the backyard, I'm trying to figure out if the bills are paid or not. Then I just so happened just went to the website and looked up for the power outages and shit. Found out that I guess a transformer was busted out or some shit because 4 streets was knocked out. At least 4 or 5, you know. 4 streets was knocked out. Really whole blocks type shit. And the estimated time, it happened at 2:07, or the first call was like at 2:07, and it was estimated time to come back on around 5, and it is 3:30. So that's why it took me so long. I swear I was done at least a good hour ago. Yeah, a good hour ago. Real shit, I was done a good hour ago. So we here, and we finna make some shake. But first, I gotta go put my clothes in the wash right quick. Hold on, y'all. I'm not even gonna add no extra water to the load, man. I'm getting straight to it because I spent too long not on the stream when I was supposed to be on the stream, so. ain't even gonna put no extra water in. Fuck that. I think it's all even worse though. I think. Is it? Is it? I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna put this in there too. Fuck it. Yep, standard spin it all. I ain't even gonna extend that. Y'all already know I got the candy on deck. They got fucking, oh bitch. When I saw they had, when I saw they got the fucking Starburst jelly beans, bitch. Ooh, I had to get 2 bags. I almost got 4. I ain't gonna lie, I almost got 4. But I was still gonna get a lot of Mike and Nights though. I got fucking some Pop-Tarts and everything, bitch. I swear I still be eating like I be getting munchies and shit, man, but that really don't be the fucking case. It really don't. It really don't. It's 3:38 right now. Oh God. I want to put one of these in there. I want to put one of these in there. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Do I got the fans on? Fucking on the bitch, take a fans on, roll around town with it, down with it, leg on. Pick it over, what, beat it up, run a bit on. Chop, chop. Chop it down, yo. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go straight into the YouTube, but I want to put something on here first. And they never have anything good on the trending thing. Like, ugh. If it's trending, should it be on this page? Hold on. Oh shit. There we go. I'm about to say. There's one. Okay, I'm not gonna search the whole thing. That bitch an hour. Yeah, nightlife, fuck it. Alright, whoop it up. I gotta get my battery life up first before I do anything on that bitch. See, I had to speak out and everything. I was about to just chill and wait till 5 o'clock because I had nothing else I could do. But yeah, we back live and let's get to it. I was trying to see if I can see it on the recommended page. I saw one video. That wasn't it. second video. But we ain't gonna watch it right now. I really hope this shit will be boring because, like I said, I'm not really a big fan of the original trilogy, but you have to be a fan of the original trilogy to get the prequels and the sequel. So, yeah, let's get it.
Disclaimer. This video contains spoilers for the original Star Wars trilogy. There are time codes in the description if you want to jump around. Are we all good? Fantastic. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
My fault.
The year is 1973, and the world of Hollywood is actively changing. By the end of the 1960s, the studio system that had run Hollywood had essentially collapsed. After making a series of seemingly safe financial choices, sticking to genres that had proven successful before, the studios found that audiences were no longer spending as much money on their movies. The studios were no longer making money. So, in order to stay afloat, in the late 60s and early 70s, the studio shifted gears to start taking riskier decisions, hiring young, up-and-coming directors to make unique, one-of-a-kind movies that you could only see in the theater. They had brought about the age of New Hollywood, and with that came the rise of tons of new directors, including but not at all limited to Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Brian De Palma, Steven Spielberg, and George Lucas. George Lucas had risen onto the scene. In order to stay afloat, in the late 60s and early 70s, the studio shifted gears to start taking riskier decisions, hiring young, up-and-coming directors to make unique, one-of-a-kind movies that you could only see.
I had to get 2 bags this time. I couldn't just get one.
They had brought about the age of New Hollywood, and with that came the rise of tons of new directors, including but not at all limited to Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Brian De Palma, Steven Spielberg, and George Lucas. George Lucas had risen onto the scene with 2 feature films under his belt, starting in 1971 with the movie THX 1138, a feature based on his student film of the same name. And then in 1973 he came out with American Graffiti. Produced in partnership with Gary Kurtz, this movie stormed into theaters in the late summer season, becoming the 3rd biggest film of the year, taking audiences back to 1 decade earlier in a simple, nostalgia-ridden adventure about cruising through the California Valley. Starring some up-and-coming actors like Richard Dreyfuss, Ron Howard, and even Harrison Ford in one of his first feature film roles. But coming off of these 2 movies, George Lucas had grown fatigued and pessimistic about the studios he had worked with. On both movies, the studios backing them had cut out 5 minutes without Lucas's permission or knowledge. Warner Brothers the first time, and Universal the second time, creating a rift between George Lucas and the powers that be. Above all else, George Lucas wanted complete control on the movies he was making, which is why he created his own company, Lucasfilm, in 1971. And thanks to American Graffiti's success, Lucas actually managed to hire some people to grow his company, and had money to spend. But the time had come to ask the very important question: what movie would George Lucas make next? For the longest time, Lucas wanted to make his very own Flash Gordon movie, inspired by the serials he watched as a kid. But after much poking and prodding, he never managed to secure the rights.
Oh, yeah.
So instead, he would take it upon himself to create an all-new space opera fantasy movie, one that could become a serial in its own right. Now, after finishing the down-to-earth American Graffiti, George Lucas was ready to head back into the stars. The most successful sci-fi movie before this was 2001: A Space Odyssey, which of course was revolutionary both in terms of its storytelling and its technological advancements, but George Lucas always liked the feeling of momentum. He liked when things were quick and speedy, and 2001 was definitely not the movie to watch if you wanted that specifically. So he set out a very simple goal for himself for his next project. What if 2001, but the ships move real fast? Lucas got to work writing up his ideas into a quick 2-page document called the Journal of the Wills Part 1, which eventually ballooned into a 14-page treatment simply called The Star Wars. George Lucas always liked the feeling of momentum. He liked when things were quick and speedy, and 2001 was definitely not the movie to watch if you wanted that specifically. So he set out a very simple goal for himself for his next project. What if 2001, but the ships move real fast? Lucas got to work, writing up his ideas into a quick 2-page document called the Journal of the Wills Part 1, which eventually ballooned into a 14-page treatment simply called The Star Wars. Drawing from plenty of influences, like his interest in Joseph Campbell's hero's journey structure, the ongoing real-life political climate with the war in Vietnam, and even taking inspiration from Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress, with a bit of Seven Samurai thrown in for good measure. Lucas had locked onto a few key ideas for a grand space adventure that combined plenty of existing influences to create something people had never seen before. And this treatment was presented to 2 major studios, Universal and United Artists, to see if they'd be interested in backing and producing.
I hate when they have 3 Derek Hot-Eyes, bro.
They didn't believe in the idea and decided to let it go. This was the general belief of studios at the time. Whatever George Lucas was making was too weird, too expensive, not something worth believing in. But strangely, when it came to Universal and United Artists turning the movie down, George Lucas was relieved. His worst fear was handing the project off to the Goldman Studio, and Universal had burnt him a little already by recutting American Graffiti. The trick was finding the right studio. Prospects weren't great for some time, but eventually, in June of 1973, the treatment was presented to 20th Century Fox, and more specifically, its president, Alan Ladd Jr. 20th Century Fox was in dire straits at this point. Thanks to the collapse of the studio system, Fox's only real source of income came from the TV show MASH. So not only did they need a project that they could bet on, they needed it to be a big winner. But on top of that, Alan Ladd Jr. believed in George Lucas and his idea. He saw something within this treatment and decided that it was worth Fox's time and money to give it a go. And so, 20th Century Fox backed The Star Wars, kicking off George Lucas' journey to creating what many describe as being one of the greatest movies of all time. This is where our journey begins. A journey of the wills, you might say. Throughout all its ups and downs, triumphs and defeats, it's time to begin the story of the most revolutionary series in film history. He decided that it was worth Fox's time and money to give it a go.
That's crazy.
So 20th Century Fox backed The Star Wars, kicking off George Lucas' journey to creating what many describe as being one of the greatest movies of all time. This is where our journey begins. A journey of the wills, you might say. Throughout all its ups and downs, triumphs and defeats, it's time to begin the story of one of the most revolutionary series in film history. If you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to the channel. It helps out a lot. Alright, we got a 1 in a million chance to get this done, so let's keep it moving. As the 70s trucked along and Lucas's movie continued to evolve, each draft of the script changed the project in huge ways. Every time George Lucas sat down to write and rewrite a draft, major pieces would move around, names would change, the basic structure would change. At first, George Lucas realized his original treatment was far too big. There was no possible way all of that story could be condensed into one movie. So he decided to only make the first third of that treatment, saving the remaining 2/3 for possible sequels. Beyond that, characters had very different appearances. General Starkiller was an old man fighting off against the evil Empire. Han Solo was a young alien pilot, and the princess went through plenty of name changes, even being removed from the script for a little while before ultimately coming back as the damsel in distress. On top of all of that, the name of the project was changing constantly. The second draft of Lucas's script change. At first, George Lucas realized his original treatment was far too big. There was no possible way all of that story could be condensed into one movie. So he decided to only make the first third of that treatment, saving the remaining 2/3 for possible sequels. Beyond that, characters had very different appearances and roles. General Starkiller was an old man fighting off against the evil Empire, Han Solo was a young alien pilot, and the princess went through plenty of name changes, even being removed from the script for a little while before ultimately coming back as the damsel in distress. On top of all of that, the name of the project was changing constantly. The second draft of Lucas's script was named The Adventures of the Starkiller, before eventually morphing into The Adventures of Luke Starkiller Episode 1, The Star Wars. Things didn't stop there, though. Next up you had The Star Wars from The Adventures of Luke Starkiller, and then my personal favorite, The Adventures of Luke Starkiller as taken from the Journal of the Whills, Saga 1, The Star Wars. I'd buy that on a t-shirt. But eventually, over time, the project would soon begin to be referred to by the much simpler name, Star Wars. Big changes like this aren't unprecedented, but it was starting to dissuade 20th Century Fox, who were growing more and more confused and impatient with what Lucas wanted to make. Thankfully, the ideas behind the movie would begin to unify thanks to the involvement of one Ralph McQuarrie. Brought in 1974, he was in charge of creating concept art to visually represent Lucas's ideas so that the studio had something tangible to grasp onto. And in January of 1975, McQuarrie had created the very first piece of artwork for the Star Wars, a picture of two droids leaving an escape pod on a desert planet. This visual not only captured exactly what George Lucas was after, it became a big motivator. George Lucas's ideas were able to be unified in the following drafts. The characters slowly but surely began to take shape. You had the young Luke Starkiller, the brazen pilot Han Solo and his pet dog co-pilot. You had the damsel in distress princess and the old man mentor, who of course would eventually be named Princess Leia and Ben Kenobi respectively. And they would all face off against the film's main villain, Darth Vader, who became the subject of another piece of Ralph McQuarrie artwork, a knight in full black armor and a gas mask to help him survive in space, a truly intimidating force to face off against our heroes. But even while the concept art was becoming developed and the script began to become simplified over time, there was one big question looming over Lucas's head. How were they actually going to create the visuals for this movie? Lucas knew that there would be a lot of effects on Star Wars, and that it was going to take a lot of work to get them made. But due to the collapse of old Hollywood, the resources that once existed to create film visual effects didn't anymore. And any effects house that still existed weren't equipped for the breadth of effects Lucas wanted. The team of people Lucas was looking for simply did not exist. But there was an underground group of people who had loved movies their whole lives, who had been working in special effects for home movies and commercials that all knew each other and could be assembled as a brand new team for this space opera. And eventually they were all unified under the banner of Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's very own visual effects company. On June 1st, 1975, the team was assembled for the first time in an abandoned warehouse in Van Nuys, California, featuring a few key figures that would be instrumental to the ultimate look of Star Wars. John Dykstra was the special effects supervisor, bringing with him the idea to build essentially everything the crew would need to create these effects. Richard Edlund, Ken Ralston, and Dennis Murin would be part of the camera department, helping to build this new technology to capture the effects on film. Phil Tippett and John Berg were stop-motion animators and model makers. Lauren Peterson also worked in the modeling department, and Joe Johnston was an all-around talent. At first being brought in just for storyboards, but soon enough he'd have a hand in a lot of areas of the film's visual effects. He'd be one of the chief art designers, helping to finalize the designs for the X-Wings and TIE Fighters, since at first the designs weren't up to par with what Lucas wanted. George Lucas gave a mandate that the Rebel ships were like hot rods, kitted out by their pilots to be faster than anything else out there, while the Imperial ships were right off the factory floor, making them completely uniform. And Joe Johnston was also instrumental in the design of Han Solo's ship, the Millennium Falcon. At first, the Millennium Falcon was going to look like this. In fact, the model was already being built, complete with a radar dish and cockpit. But bad news struck, as the TV show Space 1999 had just begun airing, and it featured a ship remarkably similar to the one they were designing. George Lucas had a mandate for everyone at ILM. Nothing in his movie was going to look like something you could also find on TV. So this meant the Millennium Falcon had to be completely redesigned, with this ship repurposed as the blockade runner. And so Joe Johnston got to work, finding any source of inspiration he could, utilizing the two already constructed pieces, the radar dish and cockpit, to create the new ship. In the end, what he created was a modified flying saucer, given direction with bits at the front, engines in the back, and the cockpit somewhere. Maybe it's in the middle, maybe it's on top, maybe it's underneath, or, since every ship is analogous with cars, the cockpit should be off to the side. But not the left side like in the US, put it on the right, counterbalanced with the dish on the left. It was the most eccentric design Johnston had come up with, a European car of a spaceship, and as soon as it was presented to George Lucas, that was it. This right here was the Millennium Falcon. But before 1975 would come to a close, there was one other major part of the process that needed to get off the ground before the movie would film a single frame of footage. Casting. Casting for Star Wars was conducted side by side with the casting of Brian De Palma's Carrie. In fact, before auditioning for Star Wars, actors would be introduced via Brian De Palma, not George Lucas. It was a laborious process, with plenty of young actors coming in every day for months to see if they'd be right for these characters. Before the year came to a close, a few key names joined the project. Anthony Daniels joined as C-3PO, the tall, coming in every day for months to see if they'd be right for these characters. Before the year came to a close, a few key names joined the project. Anthony Daniels joined as C-3PO, the tall golden droid, and Kenny Baker joined as R2-D2, his small blue companion. David Prowse joined to fill the suit of the ruthless Darth Vader. Thanks to his size and stature, he would be quite intimidating in the full costume. Peter Mayhew was also brought along thanks to his height of 7'3", being the perfect size for Han Solo's co-pilot, the Wookiee Chewbacca. Then you had two very big names, the biggest names for the project in fact. Peter Cushing joined as the Empire's Grand Moff Tarkin, one of the lead villains, and Sir Alec Guinness joined as the wise old mentor, Ben Kenobi. He at first wasn't sure if he would like to do a sci-fi movie, but he had previously been impressed by American Graffiti and decided that it was worth it to be working with one of Hollywood's breakthrough new directors. But then came the three lead characters, the central stars of the movie who wouldn't be played by big movie stars. When it came to the central roles, George Lucas wanted to find unknown actors. This of course made casting harder as it meant they needed to find these actors, but he wanted people with fresh faces to complete the main trio. And in the early months of 1976, the main trio was finally assembled. Mark Hamill was cast as the lead character Luke Starkiller, who, just before shooting began, was renamed to the slightly less harder-edged Luke Skywalker. Carrie Fisher joined as the feisty Princess Leia. While still the damsel in distress, she would not act at all like a damsel in distress, making the character snappy and fun. And finally, Han Solo would be played by Harrison Ford. Originally, since Harrison Ford had already been in American Graffiti, George Lucas didn't want him to also be in Star Wars. He didn't want anyone recognizable. But Harrison Ford was still brought in during the audition period, first as a carpenter, and then eventually to help the auditioning actors by playing the other characters in the scenes. And it was through that Lucas realized that Harrison Ford would be perfect for Han Solo, and made the deal official, completing this trio. And finally, with the cast nailed down, things finally geared up for the start of principal photography on March 22nd, 1976. On a budget of $8.2 million, this was by far the biggest movie George Lucas had made, being 8 times bigger than American Graffiti. And as the cameras finally got ready to photograph the first frames of film, Lucas immediately felt the stress, because production was a nightmare. Filming began in Tunisia to film the exteriors for the desert planet now named Tatooine. But in the first week, production had already fallen behind. In the first 2 days, the desert was hit with its worst rainfall in 50 years. Technology and equipment was malfunctioning, the 2 droids were having the hardest time, heavy winds destroyed sets overnight, and the extreme heat was getting to virtually everyone, especially those in full-body costumes. Even upon leaving Tunisia, things didn't get much better. The production went up north to Elstree Studios in London, which was now a controlled environment without nearly as much Mother Nature to worry about. And the large sets that filled the stages were exceptionally made. but filming was still a big challenge. Technical and equipment issues were still had at nearly every turn. There were specific English union specifications that made scheduling a tiny bit harder than it would be in the United States. There was a mandatory 1-hour lunch break, another break at 4 p.m. for tea, and unless the crew were actively in the middle of a shot, the day would end at 5:30 p.m., no questions asked. Now, it's perfectly fine and reasonable to have scheduled breaks and a hard out time, but it was a bit of a shock to George Lucas, who was far more used to America's slightly more lax scheduling rules. But on top of that, the crew also didn't believe in the project. No one did, really. It was all very, very weird. I mean, we got robots running around, our heroes are joined by a 7-foot-tall, 2-legged dog, an old man is fighting a black knight with laser swords? Like, what is this? Even the cast wasn't fully on board. But they tried to make the filming experience as enjoyable as possible, constantly joking around with each other and especially making fun of George Lucas's most common directorial note: do it again, faster, more intense. But George Lucas himself was under a tremendous amount of pressure. This was a hugely budgeted movie for the time. It was also taking significantly longer than either of his two previous movies. American Graffiti was shot in just 28 days. Star Wars was going to take over 4 months. And by mid-June 1976, production was 5 weeks behind schedule. Delays and technical issues had put the crew back a significant amount. Not only that, but they were going over budget, increasing the cost of the movie from $8.2 million to $11 million. It was starting to get so bad that 20th Century Fox really began breathing down Lucas's neck. They eventually set a hard deadline for when filming would wrap, which forced the crew to split into several units to film everything they needed before the last day. And that last stretch of crunch led all the way to July 16, 1976, when principal photography on Star Wars had finally wrapped. The nightmare for George Lucas had come to an end. The issues and challenges faced during production were finally over. The film was wrapped and cameras were put away for the last time. Now, George Lucas could not only take a quick breath of fresh air, but he could shift his focus back to other parts of the movie. In fact, the very first thing he did upon returning to the United States was head to Van Nuys to see what ILM had been working on. The principal production might have gone horribly, but maybe the effects would blow him away. But upon returning to ILM, Lucas discovered something horrifying. The team had already spent $1 million of their $2 million effects budget, and they had only created 2 shots. A shot of the escape pod launching from the blockade runner, and a shot of a turret firing on the Death Star. The next day, George Lucas was hospitalized. Thanks to the stress, he was feeling intense chest pains. He even thought he might be having a heart attack. It thankfully was not a heart attack. Instead, it was hypertension and exhaustion that put him briefly out of commission. Had he gotten himself way in over his head? Was Star Wars too big a movie for anyone to accomplish? Regardless of the answers to those questions, things had to change in a big way. Towards the end of 1976, the film's editor John Jimson was fired, replaced briefly by Marcia Lucas, George's wife at the time. She would be instrumental in helping the edit of the movie, until she too would have to leave to work on Martin Scorsese's New York, New York. After which, Paul Hirsch and Richard Chew would take over, splicing the film together to create the best experience they could. But because of these big changes, one thing was crystal clear. The movie was not going to make its original Christmas 1976 release. It was not even going to get close. Which is why the release of the movie was delayed until May 1977, to be one of Fox's big summer hitters for the next year. And eventually, about a year before the planned release of the movie, marketing began to kick off, as 20th Century Fox began to get the word out on this wild and new space opera hitting movie theaters in just under 12 months, which all kicked off with the very first trailer.
20th Century Fox and George Lucas, the man who brought you American Graffiti, now bring you an adventure unlike anything on your planet. Star Wars.
Given the lack of completed visual effects shots, there isn't a whole hell of a lot to this trailer. The occasional shot of flying ships, intercut with varying shots of each of the characters, as a narrator spells out with little detail the adventure they're bound to go on. It's all very simple, putting together what little footage they have to try and get the word out, all the while revealing whatever they could about what the film might actually be.
Star Wars, 1 billion years in the making, and it's coming to your galaxy this summer.
This trailer was also eventually joined by the initial teaser poster, which also read, "Coming to your galaxy this summer." It's less of an advertisement and more of a statement, really. Star Wars, this anomalous thing, is on its way in 1977. Get ready. This meant everyone behind the scenes had to hunker down and get it done. Throughout the second half of 1976, things moved purely into post-production as ILM worked their magic. The reason the team had only created 2 shots by the time Lucas was back was because they had spent all of that time building equipment, models, everything they'd need to get the shots done. Everything needed to be made before they could shoot a single frame of film. Specifically, the team created a one-of-a-kind, revolutionary motion-controlled camera rig. Motion control already existed as a concept before this, being something John Dykstra had worked on in 1973, but now it was getting a big upgrade. Motion control allowed the crew to move the camera on every axis, then record those movements so they could be repeated again and again and again. Almost every effects shot needed multiple elements, and they all needed to be moving in sync. This was the only way to do it. It's not as simple as just filming spaceships flying around in space. Every element on screen had to be filmed separately and spliced back together through compositing. First, you have a spaceship in front of a blue screen. You create a mat of that, an engine pass. You film other ships and do the same. Then you place it all in front of a blank space background, or even a battle station underneath to help give a sense of scale. Each strip of film would then be overlaid on top of each other in a process called optical printing, which combined every element into one shot, going frame by frame, laying every element on top of each other to create the final flattened image, all of which was inspired and built around a sequence Lucas edited himself. Before leaving for filming, George Lucas edited a sequence with World War II movies to create a sense of the momentum and types of shots he needed for the movie, which served as both inspiration and a direct guide into what the crew at ILM created for the final Death Star attack sequence. But the team was still way behind schedule, and the clock was ticking ever closer to the eventual May 1977 release, which is why some adults were brought in at ILM to help schedule and organize the team's efforts. Finally, things began moving much faster. ILM had already made the technology, and now it was just about capturing all of the images in record time. Then you had other aspects like Phil Tippett and John Bird working on the stop-motion alien chessboard. Harrison Ellenshaw began moonlighting at ILM to create matte paintings that would extend backgrounds on pre-existing footage. The team at ILM was a group of scrappy underdogs, inventing all new techniques and ideas to create effects that no one had ever seen before. But that didn't mean things were suddenly smooth sailing for Star Wars, because troubles once again came around in the early months of 1977.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus. Free shipping, no order minimum. For all the things you wanted, plus the one thing you forgot.
Why get this?
Plus no worries, because quick shipping means you can forget the forgetting ever happened. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy's ready to drive you forward.
A wreck with a big rig can cause serious damage and serious injuries. 18-wheelers are hit.
For one thing, in January, Mark Hamill was unfortunately injured in a car accident, and though it was alleged that he required facial reconstruction surgery, that was dispelled by the actor himself after all was said and done. But it was a big deal at the time, and certainly a scare for the team. Later, by mid-February, an early cut of Star Wars was screened for a whole host of people, including some executives at 20th Century Fox, as well as George Lucas's filmmaker friends Brian De Palma and Steven Spielberg, among others. The movie was definitely unfinished, with incomplete visual effects and no music, so it wasn't a huge shock to discover that plenty of people at the screening absolutely hated it, except Spielberg and the execs at Fox, surprisingly, who all saw that once the effects and music were in place, things might really click together. But Brian De Palma especially took issue with the movie's opening crawl. George Lucas had wanted to put an opening crawl at the start of the movie as an homage to the Flash Gordon serials of his childhood, but the crawl at this stage was allegedly 6 paragraphs long, featuring information that was not at all relevant to the movie to follow, let alone the first scene. So Brian De Palma worked with Jay Cox to help George Lucas construct a whole new crawl to simplify everything into exactly what it needed to be. Eventually, it was given visual life by Dan Perry, who designed how the crawl was going to look on screen, specifically taking inspiration from the opening credits of Union Pacific from 1939, which saw the text fly away from the audience along the train tracks into the distance. Translated to outer space, and you have words flying through the empty vacuum, disappearing into the black void above. That was then combined with a finalized logo design. The initial design was by Tom Young, with big bold letters tilting away from the audience. But eventually, Susie Rice came in with the final title design that would ultimately feature in the opening crawl, a yellow outline around a more wavy typeface, which would fly away from the audience before the crawl would swoop up from below. But having an opening crawl at the start of the movie was going to break a very big tradition in Hollywood. It had been made a rule before this by the unions that every movie has to open with credits. The opening of every movie has to say who stars in it, who produced it, and who directed it. All of that needed to be covered before the true start of the movie. But in order to maintain and create a sense of momentum from frame one, Star Wars was going to hold all of that information until the very end. Only after seeing the adventure would you find out who made it. This caused a little bit of a stir between George Lucas and the Directors Guild of America, but they managed to work out a compromise. Considering opening credit sequences ended with the director's name, the closing credits on Star Wars would have to start with the director's name and go through the same credits in reverse order, which meant the movie would definitively start with the opening crawl to get audiences right into the action as soon as possible. But the crawl is nothing without the music. John Williams, who had previously worked on Jaws for Steven Spielberg, was brought in to create a symphonic orchestral soundtrack for Star Wars. In an era where music was being dominated by disco, the choice to make Star Wars more traditionally orchestral was a genius and timeless one. And over 12 days, John Williams conducted and recorded the entire soundtrack for the movie with the London Symphony Orchestra. With themes big and small, emotional and fun, it wound up being the one singular aspect of production that actually exceeded George Lucas's expectations. The music was going to knock it out of the park. At the same time, Ben Burtt was in charge of the sound design, creating and recording a whole legion of new sounds that audiences had never heard before. Creating the sounds for blasters, lightsabers, Chewbacca's roars, Darth Vader's breathing, the droids, everything. In fact, thanks to his specific sound design for R2-D2, the editing team wound up splicing more shots of the little droid in because they loved the little beeps and boops so much. At the same time, James Earl Jones was brought in to lend his terrific voice to the terrifying Darth Vader. Across one 2.5-hour session, he recorded every line for the tyrannical villain, giving him this sense of menace and intimidation. Unfortunately, David Prowse, who of course played Vader on set, believed that his voice would be used in the final version of the movie, and was ultimately a bit shocked and a little swindled that it wasn't. There's a completely different story for C-3PO, however. It was originally intended to be voiced by someone other than Anthony Daniels, but Anthony Daniels had been on set as C-3PO every day, bringing with him a fun butler-type character, something that every other actor was responding to positively. So, despite Lucas's original insistence that C-3PO would get a new voice, Anthony Daniels was ultimately the only choice for the character. His voice was kept in, becoming the definitive sound for the Golden Droid. And then, of course, editing was still continuing into the year, as Paul Hirsch and Richard Chew continued to slim down and recut sequences over and over again, using rudimentary linear film editing technology to splice the film strips together, utilizing the newly created shots by ILM at every moment they could. Their editing style was slightly different from that of old Hollywood. Instead of splicing things together purely for continuity and using the pace on set to motivate each cut, they'd instead use each cut to motivate the momentum on set. The edit bay is where the film ultimately comes together, with the pace dictated and decided by how long shots last, how fast they're cut together, and in what order. Instead of a more analytical approach, it was all based on the feeling and energy that they could create. All the while, they worked diligently to make sure only the most essential scenes were in place, removing the fluff, organizing every moment into the most exciting and thrilling sequence of events possible. And as the clock ticked closer and closer to the eventual premiere date for Star Wars, ILM continued to create astonishing visual effects. With additional pickup shots like the miniature sand crawler on Tatooine, new creatures within the Mos Eisley Cantina, and of course the climactic Death Star attack sequence. The crowning achievement of the entire movie. Something significantly more intricate than anything visual effects had created before. ILM was using state-of-the-art technology to create some of the most astonishing visuals that had ever been put to screen, complete with huge models, plenty of composite shots, and tons of explosions. And before Star Wars would eventually hit theaters, the marketing efforts began to take off. Firstly, you had the posters, with this one initially designed by the brothers Hildebrandt before being modified and painted by Tom Young to create the final poster eventually
I was
sent.
about to say, they made it like they about to switch it up.
Began to take off. Firstly, you had the
I ain't gonna lie, that one was kind of.
posters, with this one initially designed by the brothers Hildebrandt before being modified and painted by Tom Young to create the final poster eventually sent out to theaters. And shortly after, another poster was released, this time designed by Tom Chantrell, featuring the main characters front and center like never before. Then, in the spring months, 2 more trailers were released to get the word out to audiences. On one hand, you had a 60-second teaser, and on the other was a full 2.5-minute trailer, showing off more of the visual effects, introducing the central characters and the actors that had played them, and featuring the ambitious tagline,
20th Century Fox presents the most extraordinary motion picture of all time.
The question was it true? Unfortunately, a lot of people behind the movie weren't sure if anyone was going to see it. Less than 40 theaters across the country agreed to screen it. They thought it would be a huge waste of time and resources to screen this weird space movie. Fox did manage to strong-arm some theaters into showing Star Wars, using the more anticipated release The Other Side of Midnight, saying that if theaters didn't show Star Wars, they also couldn't show The Other Side of Midnight. You want one, you gotta have the other.
Straight up.
But despite the very limited release of the movie, there were some who did believe in it. The marketing efforts attracted those already well-versed in science fiction, with efforts made at Comic-Con. A novelization of the movie was even released months before the theatrical debut, with further books being sent out to detail certain aspects of the movie before its release. George Lucas partnered with Kenner to create a line of toys that would center around every character in the movie, something relatively unheard of. Movies didn't get tie-in toy lines, but George Lucas believed that it was a worthwhile venture. And after ILM completed their last effects shot and ramped production, some members of the team took out stock in 20th Century Fox, preparing for a potential boom after this movie's release. The tide was slowly changing, until eventually the time had come. It was now May of 1977, and the release of Star Wars was right around the corner. Because of the small sample size of theaters, there weren't many who got the chance to see the movie for themselves. But some people definitely did, and word of mouth began to spread. What began as a small inkling of people soon grew to become a small army of people, which soon grew to become a big army of people. Word of the movie began to spread like wildfire. Over time, people began to line up in droves at the nearest theater they could to see Star Wars with their own eyes. Because of that, more and more theaters began to open up showings, and Star Wars began to take over the country. The question ultimately became, what is the movie? Sparing press interviews before release were able to shed some light, but no one really knew how to define it. It was a Flash Gordon-type space opera, a bit of romance, a bit of adventure, but other than that, there was no real definition. So, in order for audiences to know what they were really in for, they had to go to the nearest theater showing the movie and see it for themselves. The clock had turned to May 25th, 1977, the fateful release date, where audiences eager to see what George Lucas had created were immediately met with this. And see it for themselves. The clock had turned to May 25th, 1977, the fateful release date, where audiences eager to see what George Lucas had created were immediately met with this. orchestral note, you're immediately transported to a whole nother world. The words Star Wars fly away into the black void before the opening crawl rises from beneath the frame. But it's not just the visuals and music that make the crawl work, although they certainly do help. It's the fact that the crawl is very, very simple. The typeface is quite big, there aren't a lot of words, it's really just three major ideas split into three paragraphs. The first establishes that the galaxy is at war. The rebels are fighting off against the evil galactic empire. Great, now we know a little bit about the status quo. The second paragraph establishes the last big event, which is that the rebels have stolen the plans for the Empire's greatest weapon, the Death Star. Awesome, we know there's a device that can destroy planets, we know it's scary, and now we know that the rebels have stolen the plans for it. And finally, the third paragraph gets us geared up for what we're about to see. The plans are on the move, with Princess Leia trying desperately to get them back to the rebel base. This crawl gives you everything you need to know. It establishes the world, it establishes some details, and then lets you know what is happening right this very moment just before we actually see it. But if that clarity wasn't enough for you to truly understand the current state of the universe, look no further than the opening shot. The blockade runner flying over a desert planet soon to be dwarfed by a massive Imperial Star Destroyer. Not only was this visual something audiences had never seen before, with the scale of the Star Destroyer immediately overwhelming them, the concept behind the shot is genius. It immediately gets across the status of the galaxy. The rebels are this tiny little band being chased around by the enormous and oppressive Empire. And from there, things only continue to be exciting and energetic as Star Wars proves itself to be an absolute blast from minute one. It's an adventure unlike anything that had come before, with visuals, action, spectacle, a great sense of pacing and momentum to keep things flowing from moment to moment. But something we often forget is that the story of Star Wars is also really, really good. It's simple. It's the story of good against evil and the small band of rebels rising up to do the right thing. And the way we get into that story is via the characters. Luke Skywalker is a young farm boy who dreams of having bigger adventures. He feels trapped on this desert planet of Tatooine and wants nothing more than to bug off and have fun with his friends.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
It earnestly and sincerely speaks to the young people watching the movie. The kids who don't want to do their chores, who want to go out and do stuff. And it also speaks to the inner adventure within all of us, young and old. But Luke is not just yearning for the future, he yearns to know more about his past, with plenty of dialogue about his father who died long ago. Who was he? What was he like? Could Luke be like him one day?
Luke's just not a farmer. He has too much of his father in him.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Which all coalesces into this moment. Luke wordlessly looking out towards the binary sunset. Not only is it a fantastic visual with incredible music to back it up, but it plainly captures that longing for something more, something greater. Unfortunately, Luke's being held down by his aunt and uncle, farmers who need to keep him around for another season, another year here on Tatooine. But what's great about these two characters, even in their limited screen time, is that they're not malicious. They're not the big evil powers that be trying to make sure Luke goes nowhere. Instead, the movie takes a very quick moment to do this.
Oh, well, he can't stay here forever. Most of his friends have gone. It means so much to him.
I'll make it up to him next year. I promise.
This movie is filled with tiny little moments like that, getting just a tiny bit of key insight into characters. In this case, we see Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru show empathy for Luke, which is an absolutely key moment to understand they're not out to get him. It makes it so that we don't hate these characters and instead understand them, which is why later, when it's revealed that they've both been killed by the Empire, it hits hard, for Luke and for us. Now, Luke has been swept up into a crazy adventure, having just purchased 2 droids carrying the key information to help the rebellion against the Empire. C-3PO and R2-D2. 3PO is the butler, a bit of a nervous wreck who's worried about every little thing. And his counterpart R2-D2 is, well, a bit of an asshole, which makes for a very fun dynamic. In fact, the opening minutes of the movie, when it's just the two of them walking around, you get a whole sense of the larger world just from their bickering and arguing. It's great. This also speaks towards George Lucas's larger story instincts. The fact that R2-D2 is the one carrying the Death Star plans is no coincidence. The idea of having a central MacGuffin that everyone's after is one that's been criticized in movies for decades, because there's no way to make an audience care about said MacGuffin. But George Lucas went against the grain, saying there absolutely was a way to care about the MacGuffin. You just had to make the MacGuffin a character. The Death Star plans might be what everyone's after, but since R2 was carrying them, he's the one everyone's after. And we like R2, so we don't want to see him captured or destroyed. But now, after receiving a message from Princess Leia, Luke shoots off on an adventure, helping the two droids get the Death Star plans back to the Rebellion to save the galaxy, meeting a whole bunch of colorful characters along the way.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
First, you have the wise old sage Ben Kenobi, played by the legendary Alec Guinness, who provides a soft-spoken performance to this mentor from a previous generation. And wouldn't you know it, but Ben Kenobi is just a cover for his real name, Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Jedi Knight from a previous era from before the Empire. He even reveals key information to Luke about how he once knew Luke's father, another Jedi Knight who fought in the Clone Wars. Ben Kenobi is given tons of great stuff to do here, with plenty of great and quotable lines throughout the movie.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. These aren't the droids you're looking for. The Force will be with you, always.
Together, in order to get transport off of Tatooine, the two of them enlist the help of one Han Solo, a scoundrel, a wild card, an ace pilot if you can believe it. He's gotten in deep with some bad people, with Greedo cornering him in one of his first scenes. But Han Solo's the coolest guy in the room. A suave personality, quips for days. In fact, if he feels like it, he's gonna blast someone without a second to think. Yes,
I bet you have.
He's so cool, in fact, that he can blast someone in the middle of a cantina and still walk out of the room the coolest guy there. He's working with his co-pilot, the Wookiee Chewbacca, who has no dialogue. Instead, he's characterized by various roars and animal sounds, either for when he's mad or when he finds something funny or amusing. It just makes for a great off-kilter duo of two friends who could not be more different, yet spending their lives together flying around in space, evading the Empire and bounty hunters all day long. And they're all working to save Princess Leia, who's been captured by the Empire and interrogated to find the hidden rebel base. She's in distress, but she's no damsel. She's the most fiery one of the bunch, with tons and tons of great quotable lines to make her one of, if not the best character in the movie.
Somebody has to save our skins. Somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way.
Hey, Misty. You're better than I thought.
Nice, come on.
But while our heroes are fun, they're nothing without the villains they're taking on. And the Empire's got some real pieces of work to try and face them down. You have Grand Moff Tarkin, played by the legendary Peter Cushing, who is killing it. With a calm and collected demeanor, he manages to bring a perfect amount of menace, being essentially the face of the Empire during this movie, even controlling the movie's ultimate main villain, Darth Vader. A knight in shining black armor, a deep, impactful voice, and a breathing apparatus that strikes fear into anyone that hears it. Even from the very first time this guy shows up on screen, you want to see him taken down. But there's also a key connection between him and our heroes, because it's revealed that he was once Obi-Wan's pupil, his apprentice, before ultimately he fell to the dark side, betrayed Obi-Wan, and killed Luke's father. This gives both Ben Kenobi and Luke a reason to hate Vader, and it also gives us an emotional pull so that we also want to see this guy taken down. But let's not get it twisted. Vader might be a bad guy, but he's just as quotable as the rest of them. It's not just our plucky heroes that get fun things to say, the villains get their time to shine with the dialogue as well.
I find your lack of faith disturbing. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
me a monster of evil, Darth.
There are so many quotable lines in this movie from virtually every single character. Like the moment when Han Solo was feigning an answer to the Imperial guy. Harrison Ford famously didn't remember his lines to make the scene more real.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
But while the great characters are what gets us into the story, the stuff that keeps us here is the incredible visual world. The visual direction in this movie is very straightforward. Pretty much everything is locked down on a tripod, with occasional dolly movements, tilts and pans to follow characters. Very traditional overall. In fact, there's even a word for this particular way of shooting. It's objective framing, as in the camera's usually pulled back, capturing the events in a very matter-of-fact way. This is what's happening, and the camera's showing it to us. The things within those shots, though, oh boy, do we have some cool stuff. Ships are a dime a dozen in this movie, but they're not based on spaceships, they're based around cars. Given George Lucas's experience in the California Valley cruising with his friends, the ships here are more inspired by cars than anything else. You've got the Rebellion ships, the Y-Wings and X-Wings, kitted out with everything you can imagine. And Han Solo's Millennium Falcon is the coolest ship of all time. A cockpit on one side, fins coming off the front, so many bits and details, it was unlike any other spaceship seen on screen. There's even the great bit where it jumps to hyperspace and one of the most breathtaking effects ever put on screen. Then you have the Imperial ships like TIE Fighters, the enormous Star Destroyers, as well as their chief weapon, the Death Star. An entire moon-sized battle station capable of destroying an entire planet.
That's no moon. It's a space station. It's too big to be a space station.
We even see it destroy an entire planet, because in a move of intimidation and coercion, the Empire targets Princess Leia's home world of Alderaan. And to show off the Empire's malice, the planet is said to be completely peaceful. No weapons to speak of. Unfortunately, it's in just the right geographical spot to make for an effective demonstration. The Empire wants people to be afraid, and they don't care who they're going to kill to make that happen. Then you have creatures, and they're all over this movie. From big four-legged beasts in the distance to the Jawas who capture the droids at the start, to even every single little character in Mos Eisley. I mean, every single shot is jam-packed with tons and tons of little guys with crazy designs. It's awesome. I mean, just look at the Cantina band. Speaking of, John Williams absolutely killed it with this movie's music. Not only did he compose the Cantina Band's theme, but every piece of orchestral music, which there's a lot of, can be attributed to good old John Williams. From the opening theme to the binary sunset track to the menacing motifs of the Empire, and all the way down to the individual character themes for the Jawas, Princess Leia, and so many more. This traditional orchestral music wound up standing the test of time, creating some of the most recognizable and iconic film music of all time. Sound is also huge in this movie, with unique, brand new sounds around every corner. Blaster fire, spaceships flying away, Chewbacca's roars, R2-D2's beeps and boops, and we already mentioned Darth Vader's breathing. At every turn, there's a new unique sound that makes this movie stand apart from anything else in theaters. If you wanted to hear these sounds, you had to go watch Star Wars. Perhaps the most iconic sound, however, was for the lightsabers. Star Wars' premier weapon. A sword made of pure light that can cut through virtually anything. The sound of its activation, combined with the roaring buzz it continues with after, there was nothing like it. There was also nothing like the Force, an energy field utilized by the Jedi to do a ton of incredible things. You can trick the weak-minded, you can choke your enemies. I mean, if there was one thing audiences wanted to have after this movie wrapped up, it was probably the Force. Which brings us to the chief aspect of why this movie is so much fun, the action sequences. Can't have an adventure without action and danger. And there are plenty of sequences here, all of different varying types. I mean, you have our heroes running around the Death Star blasting away stormtroopers.
It's a very bad feeling about this.
There's even a bit where they're trapped inside of a trash compactor and have to escape.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Then you have the heavy hitters, like the climactic duel between Darth Vader and Ben Kenobi. Using their lightsabers, they clash within the Death Star, reuniting after who knows how many years. The sequence might look cheesy, but it carries a lot of weight and a lot of power behind it, seeing these former friends reunite as bitter rivals. The effect on the lightsaber is also really cool as well. For this movie, they strapped holes onto the lightsaber handles wrapped with reflective material that would spin, creating a bright glow. Then, in post, artists would add to that glow by giving it color, making the lightsabers really pop during the sequence. But it's a sequence that ends in tragedy, because in a move to make the Death Star and Empire continually frightening, and to give Luke and the others a chance to escape, Ben Kenobi sacrifices himself to push things forward. But as emotionally wrought as that sequence is, it leads us right into the next heavy-hitting action scene, the escape. Now, with the Millennium Falcon able to blast away from the Death Star, TIE fighters intercept, leaving Luke and Han to man the Falcon's turrets and take the fighters down. There are quick cuts, fast-moving ships, incredibly exciting music by John Williams punching up every moment. I mean, it's just one of the most exciting sequences in the movie. Ships flying left and right, blaster fire going off, and plenty of great comedic moments.
Don't worry. Get all together.
But even that was only a prelude for the ultimate final action set piece, the attack on the Death Star. With the plans and Princess Leia successfully returned to the Rebellion, they are able to create a plan to destroy the Death Star once and for all. To blast a proton torpedo into an exhaust port leading directly to the core to destroy the entire system in one big bang. Unfortunately, not everyone's going to be taking part in the attack. Since Han Solo got his reward for returning the princess, he's decided to head out. He's done his part, and now he's going to go back to doing what he was doing before, paying off the debts that he's built up, much to the chagrin of pretty much everyone else.
What are you looking at? I know what I'm doing.
But Luke still flies off, piloting an X-Wing with plenty of other rebels as they launch forth to face off against the Death Star. And once again, the technical filmmaking on display is in a world of its own. Composite shots left and right, ships flying around every corner, momentum and speed unlike anything audiences had seen before. Blaster fire, explosions, tons of ships, there was nothing like it on screen. Not to mention the fact that the actual setup for the sequence is fantastic. The rebels have their plan to fire a torpedo into the Death Star's exhaust port, but they're on a ticking clock. The Empire has found the hidden rebel base, and the Death Star is slowly moving into position to destroy it, meaning the rebels attacking only have a finite amount of time to destroy the Death Star and save the rebellion. And it's not going to be easy. The first run with Y-Wings fails before they even get to the exhaust port, with Darth Vader and 2 other TIE fighters knocking them out of the sky. The second run, however, does make it to the exhaust port, but the blasts don't go in, leaving it all up to Luke to clutch the whole thing in one final run. The pressure is on, the clock is ticking down more and more, TIE fighters are bearing down on Luke, even R2 is damaged. Everything is piling up against Luke, it's him against the world. Until 2 very specific things happen to change the course of the story. Han Solo, coming in clutch to destroy the TIE fighters and get him off Luke's tail. This moment is hugely satisfying, but not just because we saw Han Solo leaving earlier, it's because of that tiny moment where he says,
I know what I'm doing.
once again, Star Wars comes through with just the tiniest bit of character work. That little inkling of doubt for Han, which makes this moment hit 100 times harder. And then, on the other side, to complete Luke's journey, he hears a message from the late Ben Kenobi telling him to use the Force. This has been Luke's journey throughout the entire movie. To follow in the footsteps of his father, to learn the ways of the Force, and use them against the Empire. And in one final move, Luke turns off his targeting computer and simply feels it. The music kicks into gear, the path is cleared by Han Solo, and finally he reaches the exhaust port and fires the torpedoes. And this time, they fly right inside, leading to a brisk escape to get away from the Death Star before... Talk about satisfying explosions. After 2 hours and a huge 15-minute sequence, the Death Star has finally been destroyed. Darth Vader has been flung out into space, humiliated by the defeat, and now Luke and Han are to be rewarded for their heroism as they don medals in the final scene. C-3PO and R2-D2 have been shined up, the rebellion is able to survive, and the music by John Williams brings us to the end of this story with a satisfying and heroic piece of music. And finally, an iris wipe takes us home as Star Wars comes to an end. What a movie. From the first minute to the last, Star Wars is an adventure moving at a breakneck pace to push us from one sequence to the next, one character to the next, one world
1
to the
hour.
next. And audiences couldn't get enough of it, wanting to engage with the adventure of Luke Skywalker over and over again. And thanks to the initial buzz, movie theaters across the country began to open up more and more showings. It was a quickly gradual incline as more places were able to show the movie across North America. In August of 1977, a huge event was even held at Mann's Chinese Theater in Hollywood, with a huge crowd turning out to not only see the movie, but see C-3PO, R2-D2, and Darth Vader place their footprints into cement to be preserved for the rest of history. And critical reviews were absolutely stellar, with critics and audiences both coming out of the movie in utter disbelief and elation. It was like there were no words to really describe what they had seen. They had been taken into a far-off adventure and they were completely swept off their feet. There was no other way to describe it than they had just seen a magic trick. And thanks to the fact that the movie was going to be in theaters for a long time, people were able to go back and see it again and again and again. Which is why, across its initial run, Star Wars made $220 million in North America, which would be about $1.1 billion today, dethroning Jaws to become the biggest movie of all time. If Jaws was the first blockbuster, then Star Wars is the definitive blockbuster, pushing the genre forward to new, never-before-seen heights. But it wasn't just ticket sales that kept Star Wars above the pack, because toys were also flying off shelves. Well, not exactly. Just before the release of the movie, George Lucas struck a deal with Kenner to produce a line of Star Wars toys. But the scale and success of the movie caught both parties completely off guard. Suddenly, people were ordering toys at a rate that Kenner couldn't possibly respond to in a timely manner. They weren't even going to have Star Wars toys available for Christmas of 1977, which is where the infamous empty box campaign comes from, where parents would buy their kids an empty box with the promise that they'd be delivered the toys sometime in 1978, when supply would at least start to catch up to demand.
Oh, that's crazy.
The only unfortunate thing for Lucas was that his deal
that's
with Kenner
crazy.
wasn't great. I mean, it was great for Kenner, but not for Lucas. Before the release of Star Wars, most other toy companies turned down the idea of making a movie-based toy line. So by the time they reached Kenner, a small Cincinnati-based toy company, they weren't in the greatest negotiating position, which is how Kenner was able to secure a deal that for every dollar made off of a Star Wars toy, Lucas would make 2.5 cents, 20th Century Fox would make 2.5 cents, and Kenner would make 95 cents. Not only that, but Kenner secured the rights to Star Wars toys forever. Something George Lucas was absolutely not a fan of. Above all else, he wanted to maintain the rights to his property. But in order to get toys to the world, he had to sacrifice that for Star Wars. At least, for now. Eventually, as merchandise and toys began to hit shelves, they sold like gangbusters. There was nothing else like it. Star Wars took over the world. It became a pop culture phenomenon, with people walking into theaters every day of the week to experience or even re-experience the adventure of a lifetime. And inevitably, Star Wars spawned a legion of copycat movies, tons of rip-offs and other space adventures to try and capitalize on the original success. But no one was able to do it quite like George Lucas. Not only did Lucas do it first, starting this whole trend, but he also had the great ideas in the first place. Not only that, the secret sauce to Star Wars is that he also surrounded himself with a talented team of people who could bring his incredible vision to life. To make a movie like this is not a one-man show. Lucas may be at the center and an integral piece to the puzzle, but it's thanks to every other department who worked with him that this thing was able to be seen to the bitter end, creating what many would describe as being the single greatest movie of all time. which meant it was absolutely no surprise that 20th Century Fox had greenlit a sequel. In August of 1977, only a few months after the release of Star Wars, Fox confirmed that a follow-up was in the works. Star Wars 2 was going to be on its way. There was only one majorly important question for the filmmakers to ask. How on earth do you live up to Star Wars? Fortunately, George Lucas had a lot of leftover ideas from the first movie. I mean, we already know that he had a much larger treatment that he cut into 3 pieces. So naturally, the sequel to Star Wars would be the middle chunk of that larger idea. The middle chapter of a trilogy. Not only going darker and deeper with the characters, but ultimately justifying the whole thing as a series of movies. Getting people invested long-term with these characters so that they'd follow them to any corner of the galaxy. George Lucas, however, knew that he didn't quite enjoy the nitty-gritty of actually writing the script. Dialogue was not his forte, as many cast members joked about in the first movie. So he brought in Lee Brackett to write the screenplay for Star Wars 2 based on not only his ideas, but also his larger treatment for the sequel, featuring large bits like how it had factored in Mark Hamill's injury from earlier in the year. Lee Brackett, being a sci-fi writer already, would be right at home working on Star Wars, and with her penchant for fast and snappy dialogue, it seemed to be a great fit for the sequel. But the real stroke of genius Lucas made was that thanks to the immense success of the first movie, he now had some fairly deep pockets, which is why he finally struck a deal to personally finance the entirety of the second movie, without the need for studio funding. 20th Century Fox would still distribute the sequel, but the financial backing and hence all creative control would be under George Lucas. He always wanted to maintain control over his projects, and now he had the money to make it happen. Star Wars 2 would be entirely his. No more studios cutting 5 minutes without his saying so. His money, his movie. At the same time, while still largely between projects, ILM would be moved north from Van Nuys to Marin County, California, to a new workshop that would have to be rebuilt and added to create a whole new workspace for the artists and animators to create the new images for Star Wars 2. Plenty of people jumped on board, moving up north to continue their work on Star Wars. Richard Edlund had now been promoted to special effects supervisor, still working with his camera team Ken Ralston and Dennis Mirren. Lauren Peterson was back to create models. Phil Tippett and John Berg were back for stop motion, which was going to get a lot more play in the sequel. As were matte paintings. The first movie featured maybe a dozen matte paintings, but this one, it would feature over 150 in total. So, Harrison Ellenshaw worked in tandem with Ralph McQuarrie to create a whole slew of matte paintings for the all-new locations featured in the sequel. Ralph McQuarrie also continued his work as a concept designer, working adjacent with Joe Johnston. Pretty much everything design-wise from Star Wars came from these two guys, so it was a no-brainer to get them back for the second one. There would be one missing name from ILM this time, however, as John Dykstra, the first movie special effects supervisor, was not asked to move up to Marin County. He had done great work on the first movie, but he had also grown a divide between him and George Lucas. Because of how challenging and overwhelming the process for Star Wars was, the bridge between the two of them was no doubt on fire. Which is why John Dykstra would not be part of Star Wars 2, instead finding his own way through the visual effects industry in the years to follow. Now, with the sequel starting to get underway, there was one big question George Lucas had to answer. Who would direct? Because of the immense stress and pressure Lucas felt during the first movie and how nightmarish the production was, he decided to take a slightly more passive role. Not only that, but he was still building his company and didn't really have the time to spend every day on set as a director. So he needed someone else to step in, to carry the story forward whilst also still recognizing that Lucas was the guy ultimately in charge. This all led to the year 1978, where Lucas considered nearly 100 directors to take on the second Star Wars movie, including Alan Parker and John Badham, but ultimately George Lucas settled on one of his old acquaintances and his mentor, Irvin Kershner. Having directed movies like Spies and The Return of a Man Called Horse, Irvin Kershner had never made a movie as big as Star Wars, but he had more than enough skill in character-based stories which would make him perfect for this darker and deeper sequel. And while he was initially reluctant, being overwhelmed by the responsibility, those around him said that it would have been a mistake to turn it down. And so Irvin Kershner signed on, becoming the director for Star Wars 2, which had now completed the first draft of its script. On February 23, 1978, Lee Brackett had completed the first draft of Star Wars 2. However, only a month later, on March 23rd, she would unfortunately pass away due to cancer. George Lucas was aware of this, ultimately paying her $50,000 for her work before she started. But it's still an unfortunate tragedy, and it left George Lucas as the sole writer for the second Star Wars movie. As mentioned, this wasn't exactly the position he wanted to be in, but it did get his creative juices flowing, as he not only continued to develop ideas for the sequel, but he also decided to jump beyond. In fact, he jumped much farther beyond. These Star Wars movies would be the first of many, as George Lucas developed plans for a grand total of 12 movies that would stretch over decades. Several trilogies chronicling the stories of these characters in one enormous saga, all leading to the year 2001, which is when he suspected the 12th movie would finally be complete. I mean, at least he won't be bored. This was going to be a huge series, a saga, in fact. Star Wars. But he had more than enough skill in character-based stories which would make him perfect for this darker and deeper sequel. And while he was initially reluctant, being overwhelmed by the responsibility, those around him said that it would have been a mistake to turn it down. And so Irvin Kershner signed on, becoming the director for Star Wars 2, which had now completed the first draft of its script. On February 23, 1978, Lee Brackett had completed the first draft of Star Wars 2. However, only a month later, on March 23rd, she would unfortunately pass away due to cancer. George Lucas was aware of this, ultimately paying her $50,000 for her work before she started. But it's still an unfortunate tragedy, and it left George Lucas as the sole writer for the second Star Wars movie. As mentioned, this wasn't exactly the position he wanted to be in, but it did get his creative juices flowing, as he not only continued to develop ideas for the sequel, but he also decided to jump beyond. In fact, he jumped much farther beyond. These Star Wars movies would be the first of many, as George Lucas developed plans for a grand total of 12 movies that would stretch over decades. Several trilogies chronicling the stories of these characters in one enormous saga, all leading to the year 2001, which is when he suspected the 12th movie would finally be completed.
Really?
At least he won't be bored. This was going to be a huge series, a saga, in fact. Star Wars was going to go far beyond just being that one space adventure that took off, and the sequel story was going to directly open up the floodgates for the rest of the movies to follow, with big ideas and even one massive twist being worked into the story. And eventually, Lawrence Kasdan was brought in to help write Star Wars 2, building from where Lucas had gotten to complete the script and get it ready for shooting. It's worth noting, though, that the story that would ultimately be released in 1980 was not the only idea Lucas had for a sequel. In the event that Star Wars was not a monster hit, which it very likely wouldn't be, George Lucas created a smaller budget sequel treatment that, in March of 1978, was released as the novel Splinter of the Mind's Eye, taking Luke and Leia on a much smaller adventure, facing off against Darth Vader in a quest to retrieve the Kyber crystal. These ideas wouldn't make it into the actual sequel, but it's interesting to see where Lucas's mind was heading while still making the original Star Wars. But as we all know, Star Wars was a monster hit, and its accolades just kept on coming. Because in April of 1978, the Academy Awards had come around, and Star Wars was nominated for a whopping 10 awards, including Best Picture and Best Director. Unfortunately, it lost out to the movie Annie Hall and its director, Woody Allen. But Star Wars did not go home empty-handed. Through its 10 nominations, Star Wars went home with 6 awards. Best Art Direction for John Barry, Norman Reynolds, Leslie Dilley, and Roger Christian. Best Costume Design for John Mollo. Best Film Editing for Paul Hirsch, Marcia Lucas, and Richard Chew. Best Original Score for John Williams. Best Sound for Don McDougall, Ray West, Bob Minkler, and Derek Ball. Best Visual Effects for John Steers, John Dykstra, Richard Edlund, Grant McCune, and Robert Blalock. But on top of that, Star Wars was also given 2 other awards. These weren't part of the nominations, but were awarded for the way the movie excelled in ways the Academy rarely sees, if ever. It won the Special Achievement Award for Ben Burtt and his sound design, and the Scientific and Engineering Award for John Dykstra, Alva J. Miller, and Jerry Jeffries. So ultimately, Star Wars walked home with 8 trophies after the Oscars, winning more awards than any other movie during the ceremony. This is a whole hell of a lot for the sequel to live up to. Thankfully, the sequel was moving along wonderfully. All 3 lead actors, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and Harrison Ford, agreed to return. And on August 4th, 1978, eagle-eyed fans were able to catch their very first taste of the movie via the reveal of its title, The Empire Strikes Back. Oh boy, a properly cheesy title for the space opera sequel, suggesting that while the rebels might have struck a big victory in the last movie, destroying the Death Star and humiliating Darth Vader, the Empire wasn't going to go down so easily. They were going to muster up everything they had and hit back at the rebels hard. And I personally can't wait to see how it shakes out. But we still have a long way to go. The Empire Strikes Back is still not releasing until 1980. That's damn near 2 years away. So is there something, anything else Star Wars between now and then that can temper my appetite? Is there anything else to keep fans engaged in the interim? Unfortunately, yes. Because during the year, with gradually less involvement from George Lucas, Gary Kurtz, and the powers that be, a little television special was being made for Star Wars. A television special that can only be described as a tragedy. On November 17th, 1978, for one time only, CBS aired the one, the only...
The Star Wars Holiday Special.
This holiday special centers around Han Solo trying his damnedest to get Chewbacca back home to his family to celebrate Life Day, the greatest holiday of all time. And you guessed it, instead of following Han Solo and Chewie doing fun adventures with reused footage from the movie, we're going to follow Chewbacca's family, Mala, Lumpy, and Itchy, as they watch a variety of in-universe programs to make this into a variety show. We're going to watch as these Wookiees scream and growl at each other without subtitles. The Empire even shows up, occasionally doing things until they're also distracted by a new music video device for about 5 minutes. We watch as Mala watches a less than helpful cooking tape that appears to be live since the person on screen greets Mala at the start, making it all the more heartless when Mala turns it off partway through. A trader comes by, giving the family new technology. Lumpy gets a new translator machine, complete with a training video on how to use it, featuring a malfunctioning robot guy who dry humps the air at one point. And Itchy gets a VR...
Yeah, this the holiday special? Yeah, I ain't going back on that.
machine
Fuck
so he
that.
can watch porn music videos in the middle of the living room.
I'm getting your message. Baby K9. Oh.
There's an excruciatingly long sequence in the last cantina where a guy with a volcano in his head hits on the bartender before everything transitions into a musical number. At least there's an animated segment for about 10 minutes featuring the introduction of the all-new character Boba Fett, a bounty hunter working with the Empire. It's probably the best part of the whole special, even if the main voice cast featuring all returning names from the movie feel like they're half asleep.
What happened?
And the whole thing ends with all of the characters uniting for Life Day, as Princess Leia sings them all a big song. Then, of course, we have one long shot of Chewbacca reminiscing about his adventures in the movie Star Wars, making me wish I was watching that instead. This whole thing is kind of insane. I mean, they played several music videos, Itchy watched porn in the middle of the living room, the cook on the TV had 4 arms, Harrison Ford looks dead inside, they kept covering up Mark Hamill's face in the smoke, that guy dry humped the air, the stormtroopers hung out and watched music videos before one of them was thrown off of a balcony. One Imperial guy says he hates fish while actively being sold a tiny pocket-sized fish tank. Gotta make sure you have your identification. can feel my creation. What happened? Boba Fett. What happened? Itchy watches porn in the living room.
What happened?
Lumpy. I can feel my creation. Boba Fett. What happened? I can feel my creation. Lumpy. Itchy watches porn in the living room. Boba Fett. Life Day. Life Day. Life Day. If I had time and a sledgehammer, I would track down every copy of that show and smash it. That quote comes directly from the man himself, George Lucas. Happy Life Day, everybody.
Happy Life Day. Hold on, so he didn't have no whatever into this special?
The one, the only.
The Star Wars Holiday Special.
For one time only, CBS aired the one, the only.
Oh, it was CBS? Disrespectful.
As during the year, with gradually less involvement from George Lucas, Gary Kurtz, and the powers that be, a little television special was being made for Star Wars. A television special that can only be described as a tragedy. On November 17th, 1978, for one time only, CBS aired the one, the only.
The Star Wars Holiday Special.
This holiday special centers around Han Solo trying his damnedest to get Chewbacca back home to his family to celebrate Life Day, the greatest holiday of all time. And you guessed it, instead of following Han Solo and Chewie doing fun adventures with reused footage from the movie, we're going to follow Chewbacca's family, Mala, Lumpy, and Itchy, as they watch a variety of in-universe programs to make this into a variety show. We're going to watch as these Wookiees scream and growl at each other.
Nope.
With a sledgehammer, I would track down every copy of that show and smash it. That quote comes directly from the man himself, George Lucas. Happy Life Day, everybody. As 1979 got underway and everyone was hit with a collective spritz of amnesia, the time had come to get the machine rolling on The Empire Strikes Back. With a starting budget of $25 million, this movie was going to cost more than double the amount the original did. But that was all in service of making it the greatest movie it could possibly be. All bets were off and the pressure was on. It was time to make the sequel to the most successful movie of all time.
My God.
All of which led to March 5th, 1979, where cameras began rolling for the first time as principal photography began atop a glacier in Norway. And like the filming in Tunisia for the first movie, the environment did not cooperate with the filmmakers. It was incredibly cold, it was windy, it was also the coldest it had been in the region in 50 years, with one of the worst snowstorms the area's ever seen. Some of the actors would later describe it as feeling so cold it was almost burning. It's almost like they did the exact opposite of the original movie, yet got the same result. Thankfully, production wasn't going to spend too much time outside, as on March 13th, the crew moved to Elstree Studios in London for the rest of the shoot, where they'd film across a grand total of 64 sets, far more than were used for the first movie. The original cast would reunite for a number of sequences, but they were also joined by a bevy of new faces to fill out the sequel story. The one thing, given that Grand Moff Tarkin wasn't going to be around this time, because he blew up, there was going to be a whole league of new Imperial generals, captains, and admirals to flesh out this whole side, with actors like Kenneth Cawley, Julian Glover, Michael Sheard, and Michael Culver joining as some of Darth Vader's right-hand men. On top of that, there were also a couple of big new parts for this story. For one thing, another scoundrel character was going to be introduced, Lando Calrissian, played by the legendary Billy D. Williams, adding a whole new side of charm to counter the other characters and even Han Solo himself. Then, creating one of the biggest talking points on set, Frank Oz came in to puppeteer and voice perhaps the greatest new addition, the character Yoda. Designed by Stuart Freeborn based on original ideas by George Lucas, this puppet was going to carry entire scenes on its back, being one of the key fixtures of the entire movie. It had an articulated face, it could emote, it could walk around, it had a wonderful vocal tick given to it by Frank Oz, who was at this point famous for voicing and puppeteering various Muppet characters. This guy became plenty of people's favorite character while filming, but only the people on set knew about him, because unlike the first movie, the details of Empire were being kept tightly under wraps. When making the first one, no one really cared about what it was. Scripts were being handed out like nobody's business, people were sharing it with their friends. It wasn't until the movie came out that it became a huge phenomenon. But now, everyone knows what Star Wars is. Everyone's eyes are on this sequel, so they needed to make sure that the new ideas present did not sneak out into the real world. Designs, ships, characters, everything was kept locked down and concealed, which was made easier because filming was mostly taking place indoors at Elstree Studios. But even across the pond in Marin County, ILM was keeping their work under wraps. While being visited by Walter Cronkite, who brought a TV show along to do a tour of ILM's offices and see what they were up to, they staged a fake stop-motion session to make it look like they were doing something when they really weren't. Also that their techniques, which no one really knew about, wouldn't leak out and help their competitors. It's all in good fun. But more than anything else, the story was what was kept tightly under lock and key. There were elements of the story, particularly one big reveal towards the end, that no one on set knew. George Lucas and Irvin Kershner were the only two who knew the reality of the movie they were making, and eventually, only on the day of filming, Mark Hamill was let into the secret. Everyone else, however, was living off of a lie, a fake reveal about Luke's father, that Obi-Wan killed him, to stave them off and protect the movie's real secrets. And while no image has been found, that fake reveal did manage to squeak out onto some tabloid magazines. So, secret preserved, the fake twist was working. But while being visited by Walter Cronkite, who brought a TV show along to do a tour of ILM's offices and see what they were up to, they staged a fake stop-motion session to make it look like they were doing something when they really weren't. Also that their techniques, which no one really knew about, wouldn't leak out and help their competitors. It's all in good fun. But more than anything else, the story was what was kept tightly under lock and key. There were elements of the story, particularly one big reveal towards the end, that no one on set knew. George Lucas and Irvin Kershner were the only two who knew the reality of the movie they were making, and eventually, across the pond in Marin County, ILM was keeping their work under wraps. While being visited by Walter Cronkite, who brought a TV show along to do a tour of ILM's offices and see what they were up to, they staged a fake stop-motion session to make it look like they were doing something when they really weren't. Also that their techniques, which no one really knew about, wouldn't leak out and help their competitors. It's all in good fun. But more than anything else, the story was what was kept tightly under lock and key. There were elements of the story, particularly one big reveal towards the end, that no one on set knew. George Lucas and Irvin Kershner were the only two who knew the reality of the movie they were making, and eventually, only after filming, Mark Hamill was let into the secret. Everyone else, however, was living off of a lie, a fake reveal about Luke's father, that Obi-Wan killed him, to stave them off and protect the movie's real secrets. And while no image has been found, that fake reveal did manage to squeak out onto some tabloid magazines. So, secret preserved, the fake twist was working. But while the production was very controlled and ultimately going along much smoother than the original movie, things still weren't flawless. The shoot was running long, and it was running over budget. Originally, the production for Empire was scheduled for 100 days, but as things continued, that number ballooned to around 175 days, in part because scenes needed to be reshot down the line, and days were added to help pick up the slack. And because of that, the movie was also going over budget by about $10 million. Now, this was all personally financed by George Lucas, but therein lies the complication. He didn't have the same studio backing that makes movies like this possible. Instead, he'd taken out a loan from the Bank of America to help finance the movie.
Really?
But with this sudden increase in costs, the bank was going to pull their loan, stopping the entire thing in its tracks.
Crazy!
Such is the nature of making an independent movie, which this essentially was. Ultimately, through some finagling, Lucas cut a deal with the studio, giving them more of the movie's profits in exchange for them to secure the loan so the movie could keep being made, all the while still maintaining complete creative control, which he never wanted to sacrifice. And thankfully, it get worked out, as the loan was secured and production on Empire Strikes Back wound down into the summer of 1979. The cameras were put away, the cast went back home, and everything soon began to transition purely into post-production. But before that, on July 4th, 1979, nearly a year before the movie was set to release, Lucasfilm began to get the word out to audiences. After 2 years since the original movie and 7 months since that other thing, Lucasfilm finally pulled the curtain back just a little bit and showed off some of Empire
Wait, I'm
Strikes
off. I
Back
wasn't paying attention.
audiences. After 2 years since the original movie and 7 months since that other thing, Lucasfilm finally pulled the curtain back just a little bit and showed off some of Empire Strikes Back to the whole world.
The Empire has been repulsed, but this one defeat will increase its determination to crush the rebellion once and for all.
Talk about a teaser. This doesn't even show any real footage from the second movie. Instead, it features almost exclusively Ralph McQuarrie artwork, revealing new locations, glimpses at certain sequences, all before finally opening up with static live-action shots of the principal characters, and even revealing for the first time Billy D. Williams as Lando Calrissian. You gotta wonder if people seeing this in 1979 initially thought that Empire would be an animated movie. I mean, that wouldn't have been a bad thing, especially with how great Ralph McQuarrie's artwork was, but it wouldn't have been the same as the original. Thankfully, the live-action shots at the end confirmed the movie would still be live action, and the visuals that helped the original movie take off would still be paramount. And as the rest of 1979 continued, the people at Industrial Light and Magic continued their work to make The Empire Strikes Back bigger and better than its predecessor. The scale and scope of this second movie was significantly bigger. Everything was far more intricate. Stop motion was a central focus this time. While it did feature in some key sequences in the first movie, it was going to be all over the sequel, with one of the biggest action set pieces of the movie built entirely around Phil Tippett and John Berg's stop-motion prowess. Compositing also got a huge upgrade for The Empire Strikes Back. While the first movie certainly saw several layers of ships laid on top of each other for those exciting shots, Empire was going to feature so many more layers. Ships on ships, ships on planets, ships against matte paintings, ships against background plates, some of which was even in broad daylight on the snowy planet of Hoth. The first movie's visual effects were almost exclusively set in space, with ships flying in front of a black, starry void. In that case, they could often get away with having matte lines surrounding the ships since no one would ever see them. But now, with light gray ships flying over a bright white surface, matte lines were going to be more visible than ever. So, the process of optical printing got a huge upgrade, with a machine purpose-built to combine every layer of film, flattening them together to create the impressive shots that no one had ever seen before. It was a huge advancement in compositing. It allowed the team to get rid of the dreaded matte lines, and it allowed the visuals of Empire to take on a life of their own. And then you had perhaps the most intricate sequence soaring through an asteroid field, with so many layers of film layered on top of each other, with multiple ships flying around, asteroids big and small at different distances. It was a huge undertaking, creating every rock that'd fly by the camera. Famously, though, in order to save as much money as possible, some of the asteroids that were farther away were actually just potatoes. Gotta love shooting for the cheapest option. That's how this stuff gets done. Ultimately, the work being done at Island for Empire was leagues beyond where it was in the first movie, with every single sequence providing new challenges and a different set of problem-solving skills to get them done. And thankfully, all this hard work would soon be seen by the audience at large, because in the fall of 1979, Lucasfilm really began to get the word out for The Empire Strikes Back. For one thing, they released this advanced poster, shipping it out to theaters, which was also joined by yet another teaser trailer, all to get attentive audiences more excited than ever for this return to Star Wars.
Luke Skywalker and Han Solo rescue the princess, destroy the Death Star, but their story didn't end there.
Narrated by the one and only Harrison Ford, this trailer features the best looks yet at new live-action footage for The Empire Strikes Back, revealing plenty of action sequences and tiny glimpses of the all-new visual effects by ILM. Empire promised to be bigger and better than the first, following our characters on a far more daring adventure than we've seen before, teasing the new and returning characters, some of the new storylines, and continuing romance that was only budding in the first movie, and ultimately how the whole thing is going to change our heroes in monumental ways. Now, there's only a few months months left until Empire hits theaters to knock our socks off.
A big, new, sprawling space adventure in the Star Wars saga. The Empire Strikes Back. Coming to your galaxy next summer.
1980 is perhaps the most pivotal year for Star Wars. While everyone was already a fan by this point after the first movie, this was the make-or-break year for the entire franchise. Sequels were so often vastly inferior to their predecessors, considered cash grabs 90% of the time. And if that was the case, the entire legacy of that series would begin and end with the first entry. If Empire failed, if it didn't manage to live up to expectations, this is where Star Wars would crumble. Would only live on as that one big space movie from the 70s. It's all on Empire to justify the longevity of this universe as a series. And thankfully, the marketing continued to get eagle-eyed fans excited for their return to the Star Wars universe. Posters made their way out to theaters with this famous poster designed by Roger Castell, heavily based on the poster for Gone with the Wind. The only controversy about it is that it didn't feature Lando Calrissian, something Billy D. Williams was quite upset about at the time. So a new poster was created by Tom Young, this time featuring Lando and Darth Vader menacingly reaching over our heroes. And all of that was joined by a second full trailer released in theaters. With almost no narration, this is simply a montage of exciting images placed over excellent new and returning John Williams themes. Once again showing off the new and returning characters, some of the spectacle of their mission, and even revealing tiny glimpses towards the biggest action sequences, like the asteroid chase and a standoff with huge Imperial walkers. The scale was off the charts, and for those keeping track, they were now counting the days until The Empire Strikes Back hit movie theaters.
The new chapter in the continuing Star Wars saga is now in our galaxy.
TV spots would eventually air in the weeks leading up to release, showing off plenty of familiar footage, while still giving away new tidbits of information for eagle-eyed fans to get a look at. But Empire wasn't the only thing people could get excited about. I mean, it certainly was the biggest thing, but as a promise for the longevity of Star Wars, Lucas and company gave out some key reveals to hint towards the long-lasting future of the series. For one thing, on May 14th, 1980, only a week before Empire's theatrical debut, Lucasfilm announced the title of the third movie. That's right, the second one's not even out yet, and we know what the third one's going to be called. This is going to be a huge trilogy. You got Star Wars, you got The Empire Strikes Back, and in a few years, you'll get Revenge of the Jedi. Initially, George Lucas was thinking of naming the third movie Return of the Jedi, but others around him said that that title was a bit weak, so he changed it to the harder-edged Revenge of the Jedi, promising big things for the third chapter in the Star Wars saga. But would it technically be the third? Because on May 19th, 1980, 2 days before Empire's debut, it became the cover story in Time magazine, wherein they revealed that Empire Strikes Back would actually be called Episode 5. Yeah, I'm sorry, 5? Not 2. 5. Did we miss a couple movies in there? Did the holiday special count? No. In fact, the last movie was actually Episode 4. What we're really experiencing right now is the middle trilogy in a much larger saga. After Revenge of the Jedi would hit theaters, the crew at Lucasfilm would go back in time, using Episodes 1, 2, and 3 to tell the story that happened 20 years before the original movie. And after that, for Episodes 7, 8, and 9, they jumped 20 years into the future, continuing the adventures of our main characters as they pass the torch to a new generation. And then, of course, maybe after that there'd be an Episode 10, 11, and 12, completing George Lucas's larger plans for a huge, sprawling saga. But that was becoming more of a long shot by the day. People explicitly knew far more about the 9-movie saga that'd take them into the next millennium. But as I said, all of these promises are moot if Empire drops the ball. So it was time to journey back to the present day to experience the next chapter in this immense Star Wars saga. On May 17th, 1980, The Empire Strikes Back had its world premiere at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. And with reviews starting to pour in suggesting this movie might be even better than the first, excitement could only build higher and higher into the stratosphere. It had been 3 years since the original Star Wars hit movie theaters and took over the world. And now, after another grueling production, after continuing advancements in technology, it was time to see where this whole thing was gonna go. It was now time for audiences to finally witness with their own eyes the story George Lucas, Irvin Kershner, and the entire team had been cooking up. The clock had turned to May 21st, 1980. So pop on over to your nearest movie theater because it's now time to get seated for the second chapter in the Star Wars saga. This is a very unconventional sequel. Traditional sequels around now would probably provide a rehash of the first movie's story. It'd bring all the heroes back together on a startlingly similar adventure. But this movie doesn't do any of that. There's no new Death Star, there's no new getting the plans to the rebellion. In fact, the main characters are separated very early on, going on different tracks for most of the movie. But the biggest difference by far is that this movie is a fair amount darker than the last one. Instead of going all in on another adventure, which this movie still does, it goes far deeper with the characters, and sees them trying to flee the Empire with their backs against the wall. I mean, the very opening scene sees Luke get mauled by a Wampa, a scene that also manages to explain Luke's injuries in-universe. The Millennium Falcon, still the coolest ship of all time, is broken in this movie. Like, the thing just doesn't work. The hyperdrive is failing, it's not able to escape the fleet of Imperial ships. It still looks cool, but it's not at peak levels, which is very interesting. It also helps make the Empire a far greater threat than they were last time. Despite the loss of the Death Star, the Empire is back and they're more frightening than ever before. I mean, they even have the all-new Super Star Destroyer. You thought a Star Destroyer was big? This thing dwarfs even them. With Grand Moff Tarkin gone, Darth Vader is off-leash for this entire movie. He's ordering troops around, he's got his own conniving plots, he's even choking out Imperial guys whenever they remotely fail him. One guy even gets choked from the other side of the ship.
You have failed me for the last time.
But at the same time, it's not just about making Vader more menacing and evil, it's also about exploring a slightly more vulnerable side to the character. For one thing, this movie introduces us to the Emperor, the, well, leader of the Empire, and Darth Vader's master. Played by Marjorie Eaton on set with a voice by Clive Reville, this is the one guy that Vader will bow to, the one guy that Vader answers to. It's a brief scene, but it expands on the Empire in a crucial way, and gives a bit more weight to Vader himself. We also get a peek under the mask. In a very brief moment, an Imperial guy walks in to see Darth Vader placing a new helmet on a scarred, pale white head. It's like, who is this guy? What the hell happened to him? The best part, though, is that Vader plays it like a total boss. He doesn't even care that this guy saw him under the mask. He's just like, yeah, you saw that. What of it? And then the conversation moves on. It's great.
Yes and no.
Now, one very key difference between this movie and the last is that this one isn't directed by George Lucas. Irvin Kershner has taken over the director's chair, and he's a very different director than Lucas was. Given his experience in smaller scale movies, he brings a lot of character-focused ideas to the table, to squarely center the movie on them. There's lots of focus put onto the dynamic of Han and Leia, watching as their combative romance begins to bloom over the course of the movie, even building up on some of the love triangle ideas the first movie toyed with very briefly.
Well, I guess you don't know everything about women yet.
Instead of more objective framing like Lucas was using last time, Kershner goes for more subjective framing, meaning his camera isn't just locked down and watching things happen, it tries to get inside the characters' heads. I mean, we got dramatic push-ins to characters' faces, we have rack focus changes, whips to other characters, then there are bigger things like some big crane shots, and even a dreamlike sequence shot at half frames. Everything is also far snappier. The characters have plenty of bickering lines to one another. They're quipping, they're eating away at each other, it makes their dynamic far more interesting. The dialogue especially heats up between Han and Leia, who are throwing quotable lines back and forth for the entire movie.
I don't know where you get your delusions, Laser Brain.
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
You stuck-up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerve herder.
Who's scruffy looking?
The Empire Strikes Back also has the ability to do something that few other sequels ever get access to. It is able to take the existing Star Wars universe and blow it wide open. I mean, during Luke's escape from the Wampa, he manages to pull his lightsaber towards him with the Force. We've never seen anyone do that before. That's so cool. We also visit a bunch of new planets. We got Hoth, the ice planet the movie starts on, with its bright white snow and clearly freezing temperatures. Bespin, featuring a city in the clouds, and the swampy world of Dagobah. Either that or it's just this one area that's swampy and the rest of the planet is like a lush green countryside. Then you have bits like where the Millennium Falcon is docked inside of an asteroid.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, you should, because it's eventually revealed that they've actually docked inside of a giant space worm. That kind of wacky fantasy hijinks is so awesome. Then we're also introduced to the world of bounty hunters. Sure, we had Greedo last time trying to get Han back to Jabba the Hutt to repay his debts, but now we see characters like Bosk, IG-88, and Boba Fett. Hey, he's from the holiday special. Here he's played by Jeremy Bulloch on set and voiced by Jason Wingreen.
No disintegration.
As you wish.
The biggest expansions to the universe, however, come with Luke's subplot. Very early on in the movie, Luke receives a message from the late Ben Kenobi, telling him to go to the Dagobah system to meet the Jedi Master Yoda, the same Jedi Master who trained him. So, separating from the Han and Leia side of the story, Luke and R2-D2 head to Dagobah to try and find Yoda. Instead, however, they find this goofy frog. This 2-foot-tall green little guy who's messing with them, eating Luke's food, fighting R2-D2 for a light. I mean, dude's cuckoo bananas. Luke doesn't have a ton of patience with this guy, wanting to meet Master Yoda as soon as possible. But this little frog keeps stalling him, until the reveal comes that this little frog is Yoda. This reveal is genuinely fantastic. Not only does it build on Luke's preconceptions of what a wise Jedi Master might look like, it builds on ours. We would probably expect someone like Ben, an older man. Never would we have anticipated that this little frog is the Jedi Master Luke was looking for. But that's why it works, and it creates a reveal that can really only be described as a genuine magic trick. Thanks to both the crazy old frog side and the wise old sage side, Yoda could quite possibly be the greatest fictional character ever. I mean, he's got jokes for days, he's got wisdom for days, the puppet is super advanced with so many articulating muscles in the face, and the voice by Frank Oz is fantastic, combined with a great vocal tick that makes virtually every line from this character endlessly quotable. Like when he's trying to spark a bit of fear in Luke.
I'm not afraid. You will be. You will be.
Or when the wisdom really breaks through and he begins to explain the Force in a truly inspiring way.
Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings so not this matter.
And then, of course, you have perhaps his most iconic line, which is echoed across the generations as a genuine piece of advice.
You want to know? There is no try.
He even gives us a bit more insight into Luke's past, because he too knew Luke's father. He witnessed his training, and sees Luke repeating some of the same things his father did all those years ago.
Much angry. Like his father.
Everything about this guy is just awesome. There's nothing better than Yoda, and it's helped a lot by Mark Hamill. You know, he's part of the reason Yoda is believable, because he's also believing it. It's a joint effort to get this character off the ground. Every piece is working in tandem to make sure Yoda works at every step of the way, including the musical theme given to him by John Williams. With a bit of whimsy and a bit of awe, John Williams is able to really capture this character. In fact, just like last time, John Williams is able to capture a whole bunch with yet another incredible musical score. I mean, the dude's killing it. You have Yoda's theme, you have Han and Leia's theme, which kind of winds up becoming a main theme for the entire movie. And then you have the Imperial March, a fitting theme for a movie called The Empire Strikes Back. And it is a march, with big horns going up, a very aggressive rhythm, it gets across the size and intimidation of the Empire. And at the same time, while it can be read as a theme for the Empire at large, it can also be read as a theme specific to Darth Vader. He's our villain this time, the vessel of the Empire. So it could be his theme as much as it is the Empire's theme. The music is also able to lift up the spectacular action sequences. The action this time is even better than it was in the first movie, with more complex camera moves, more intricate set pieces. I mean, everything's gotten an upgrade. Things start pretty early on with the Walker Assault, featuring stop-motion AT-ATs against Compton snow speeders. This scene not only immediately makes the Empire a credible threat again right at the start, but it also features shots and visuals that had never been seen before. Like this moment where a snow speeder goes through the legs of one AT-AT and towards a second AT-AT. It's not the longest shot in the world, but the technical prowess needed to pull it off is astounding. But then this whole sequence is followed up by the Asteroid Field, which features another great musical piece by John Williams, as well as tons upon tons of layers. Ships flying over asteroids, asteroids flying over asteroids. There's a level of depth that had never been seen before. You have an incredible display of effects and a whole bevy of intricate camera movements to give across this sense of momentum. The thing's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, ultimately creating 20 straight minutes of action to kick this movie off with a bang.
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1. Never tell me the odds.
There is a slight timing discrepancy between the two sides of this story, however, because it kind of feels like the Han, Leia, Chewie, 3PO side could take place over maybe a couple of days, while the Luke, Yoda, R2 side could take place over a couple months. But that's not really a debilitating issue, because when you get down to it, the meat and potatoes of both sides are good enough that you forget about timing discrepancies and logical issues. They start to not matter. And eventually, as the movie gears up for the finale, the two sides do eventually combine. Thanks to a sly trick, the Millennium Falcon briefly manages to escape the Empire. And in order to secure repairs for the hyperdrive, they head to Cloud City to meet Lando Calrissian. Played by Billy D. Williams, this is another scoundrel character. He knew Han Solo for a long time, even owned the Falcon at one point before he lost it to Han fair and square.
What have you done to my ship? Your ship? Hey, remember, you lost her to me fair and square.
That's what I said. But while everything might initially seem hunky-dory here at Cloud City, it's revealed that Boba Fett managed to follow the Falcon to Bespin, and ultimately a deal was struck between the Empire and Lando to sell out Han and Leia. Lando betrayed them. He's a traitor. Even C-3PO gets blasted into pieces, becoming Chewbacca's backpack for the last bit of the movie. And now Han and Leia are being used as bait to lure Luke to Cloud City so Vader can capture him and return him to the Emperor. The question is, how's he gonna do that? Well, thankfully, Cloud City has a carbon freezing chamber, meaning Luke can be encased in carbonite for safe transport to the Emperor. But the safety of the process is not guaranteed, so Vader performs a test on none other than Han Solo, which leads to one of the best exchanges in the entire movie, the ultimate payoff to Han and Leia's story.
I love you.
An exchange that was famously improvised.
That was
The
hilarious.
original line from Han was going to be, "I love you too." But both Harrison Ford and Irvin Kershner thought it didn't feel right. It didn't fit Han's character to respond in that way. And so, on the last take, Harrison Ford improvised the last thing Leia would want to hear, but the first thing Han Solo would actually say, "I know." Initially, George Lucas was upset about the inclusion and decided that before the movie's release, they'd screen two versions of the movie. One with I Know and another with I Love You Too. But the I Know screening got such a big reaction that the decision just became a no-brainer, and the other version was never shown. And so, that's the scene we have in the movie.
Right up.
But it does lead to the moment where Han Solo is fully encased in carbonite. He's made into a living popsicle. Because yes, he does survive the process, but unfortunately he's not really in the position to do anything. Now he's on his way to be transported with Boba Fett back to Jabba as punishment for failure to repay his debt. All of this gets back to Luke on Dagobah, who sees the future in which his friends are tortured and maybe even killed. And so, despite concerns presented by both Yoda and the ghost of Ben Kenobi, Luke decides to leave Dagobah to help his friends out.
That boy is our last hope. No. Everything out there.
Which all leads to a two-pronged finale. Two major climactic sequences to close the entire movie out with a bang. On one side, Lando pulls a double cross and betrays the Empire. Now he, Leia, Chewie, 3PO, and R2-D2 try their damnedest to get Han Solo back before Boba Fett can take him off-world. Unfortunately, they're too late, and in a heartbreaking moment, Han is taken away, changing their goals to simply escape Cloud City and get off planet to escape the Empire. And then, on the other side, Luke faces off against Darth Vader.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. You are not a Jedi yet.
Not only do we have the emotional baggage coming off of Ben's death from the last movie, but we're also building off of that dream sequence mentioned earlier, where Luke defeated Vader only to find his face within Vader's mask, all as a warning of the path he was currently taking. And this fight is far more advanced than the fight in the last movie. The choreography is more intricate, the lighting, smoke effects, everything brings this fight to a whole new level. But it's also interesting because it is very one-sided. Luke is clearly trying his best, but Vader's barely trying for most of this. He's merely toying with Luke, messing around with him to show how inadequate he really is. I mean, there's a whole bit where Vader just stands menacingly, throwing random objects at Luke with the Force, and Luke can barely keep it together. While the fight does get slightly more evenly matched as it goes, Vader still has the upper hand, which is made literal when this happens. Talk about going to really try his best, but Vader's barely just to close the entire movie out with a bang. On one side, Lando pulls a double, but Luke decides to leave Dagobah to help his friends do anything. Now he's on his way to be transported with Boba Fett back to Jabba as punishment for failure to repay his debt. All of this gets back to Luke on Dagobah, who sees the future in which his friends are tortured and maybe even killed. And so, despite concerns presented by both Yoda and the ghost of Ben Kenobi, Luke decides to leave Dagobah to help his friends out.
That boy is our last hope. No. There is another.
For failure to repay his debt. All of this gets back to Luke on Dagobah, who sees the future in which his friends are tortured and maybe even killed. And so, despite concerns presented by both Yoda and the ghost of Ben Kenobi, Luke decides to leave Dagobah to help his friends out.
That boy is our last hope. No. There is another.
Which all leads to a two-pronged finale. Two major climactic sequences to close the entire movie out with a bang. On one side, Lando pulls a double cross and betrays the Empire. Now he, Leia, Chewie, 3PO, and R2-D2 try their damnedest to get Han Solo back before Boba Fett can take him off-world. Unfortunately, they're too late, and in a heartbreaking moment, Han is taken away, changing their goals to simply escape Cloud City and get off planet to escape the Empire. And then, on the other side, Luke faces off against Darth Vader.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. You are not a Jedi yet.
Not only do we have the emotional baggage coming off of Ben's death from the last movie, but we're also building off of that dream sequence mentioned earlier, where Luke defeated Vader only to find his face within Vader's mask, all as a warning of the path he was currently taking. And this fight is far more advanced than the fight in the last movie. The choreography is more intricate, the lighting, smoke effects, everything brings this fight to a whole new level. But it's also interesting because it is very one-sided. Luke is clearly trying his best, but Vader's barely trying for most of this. He's merely toying with Luke, messing around with him to show how inadequate he really is. I mean, there's a whole bit where Vader just stands menacingly, throwing random objects at Luke with the Force, and Luke can barely keep it together. While the fight does get slightly more evenly matched as it goes, Vader still has the upper hand, which is made literal when this happens. Talk about going darker. Instead of a huge X-Wing showdown like last time, this movie sees Luke at his lowest. No hand, no lightsaber, and unfortunately for him, it's only going to get worse.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I
impossible. It works as a reveal.
Darn.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am the father.
Whoa, what? Hold on, no. That's not true. That's impossible. It works as a reveal, because Luke's been longing for the truth about his father for both movies. It was one of the first things established about him. He idolized his father, the Jedi Knight of a generation past, the reason he himself wanted to become a Jedi. But now we reveal that Darth Vader, the ultimate villain who Luke hates more than anyone else, the one who killed Ben Kenobi, is actually the father he's been looking for. At this point, the best hope for him is that Vader's lying, which a lot of people were thinking when seeing this movie in theaters. Even James Earl Jones thought he was lying when he first read the words. But we're not going to find out just yet. Right now, we're only left with the bombshell that Vader's dropped for us, as Luke falls away to the bottom of Cloud City to escape his grip. But that's not exactly a better place for Luke to be. I mean, sure, he's not about to be captured by Vader, but it's not like he has anywhere else to go. So what's he going to do?
Hear me. Yeah.
Oh, just a brief connection between the two characters, one that gives me chills every time. It's great. And thanks to that brief connection, Leia and the others swing back towards Cloud City and save Luke at the last moment. And after a quick fix from R2-D2, the Falcon's hyperdrive is finally repaired, allowing our heroes to launch into space and finally escape the Empire once and for all. Oh man, my hands are sweating. My heart was pumping just then. But our heroes got out, so I can relax a bit. That doesn't mean it's the happiest of endings. I mean, Han Solo is still frozen in carbonite, having been taken to Jabba the Hutt. Luke now has a robot hand, and he's left with the big question of whether or not Vader was telling the truth. Is he Luke's father? And now the rebellion limps along as Lando and Chewie blast away in the Falcon to try and get Han Solo back. And with one final shot of the Rebel fleet, the movie closes out with another iris wipe as we head home. Dude, that was incredible. Despite everything working against this movie, The Empire Strikes Back manages to live up to the original movie by doing something very, very different. Instead of a carbon copy, this movie goes far deeper. It goes darker. It sees our characters encounter different challenges and leaves big hooks for where the story can go from here. And reviews were absolutely stellar. While there were some dissenting voices among critics and audiences, with some unsure of the darker tone compared to the first movie, most outlets praised every aspect of The Empire Strikes Back. The story, the visuals, the incredible Yoda puppet, and the one thing people talked about endlessly, the big reveal and what it could mean for the future. Was Darth Vader telling the truth? Is he really Luke's father? And since the movie's release, Empire has gone down as one of, if not the greatest sequel of all time, and the rare example of a sequel that can even surpass the original. Because of that, it completely justified Star Wars as a series. Audiences had to know what happened next, and now they were also interested in seeing what happened before. If Vader's telling the truth, how did Luke's father fall to become this evil villain? So bring on Revenge of the Jedi, bring on the prequel and sequel trilogies, bring on all 12 movies in this saga. I'm down for anything at this point. The box office for Empire was also equally impressive. While it did fall minorly short of the original, it still made a killing, with around $209 million in North America for its initial release and $401 million worldwide, becoming the biggest movie of 1980, spawning plenty of ancillary merchandise, toys, all sorts of stuff to keep fans engaged in the Star Wars universe. Which begs the ultimate question: what the hell happens next? There was really only one North Star for audiences. In 3 years, Revenge of the Jedi is set to hit theaters, concluding the trilogy with one big bang. The pieces were in place for a grand slam finale. There was still a long wait before that, but audiences were locked in. It was now up to George Lucas and everyone behind the scenes to get the ball rolling on the final film in this trilogy. There were plenty of goings-on in the aftermath of Empire's release. For one thing, in March of 1981, the Academy Awards came around once again, and Empire was nominated for a grand total of 4 awards. While it didn't win Best Original Score or Best Art Direction, it did win for Best Sound and the Special Achievement Award for Visual Effects. A smaller take than the first movie, but that's also not surprising for a sequel, so... At the same time, the original movie was re-released at theaters. This would be its 4th theatrical run, having already seen subsequent theatrical runs in 1978 and 1979. But this time, it'd be slightly different. Given the fact that Empire Strikes Back was labeled as Episode 5, the first movie was retroactively given the title Episode 4, A New Hope, cementing the fact that this was the middle trilogy in a much longer saga. But not everything coming off of Empire was positive, because following the sequel's release, George Lucas wound up being wrapped up in industry politics. When making the first movie, the Directors Guild and Writers Guild of America agreed that the movie could hold its credits until the very end. George Lucas was the writer and director, so if he wanted his name at the end, that could work. Besides, his name was technically showing up right at the start anyway, so... But George Lucas didn't direct the sequel. Irvin Kershner did, and that same graciousness from the unions was not felt a second time. The DGA and WGA were very upset, actually, that the credits of Empire were held until the end. They even threatened to pull the movie from theaters. That ultimately didn't happen. Instead, they fined Lucas $250,000 and also fined Irvin Kershner $25,000.
Well, what?
Lucas paid every fine himself, covering for Kershner, but it would irreparably shake his relationship with the unions.
Straight up.
He would ultimately leave the DGA, WGA, and Motion Picture Association following the release of Empire Strikes Back, which meant he no longer had the specific union protections they offered, and also meant that future film production was going to be a bit harder. It meant that George Lucas had well and truly gone independent, all the while still standing on the biggest stage in entertainment. So now, with George Lucas having severed his ties, he was now on his own to develop the larger story ideas for the 3rd and final chapter in this Star Wars trilogy. But the ideas behind Revenge of the Jedi would change quite a bit from Lucas's original larger plans. Originally, the plan for the 3rd movie in this trilogy was that Luke Skywalker would ultimately fall to the dark side, leaving the trilogy on another downer cliffhanger. The prequel trilogy would then tell the story of Darth Vader, and after 20 years away, the sequel trilogy would come in and see Luke's secret twin sister enter the fray, an entirely new character who would help turn Luke back to the light in the last 3 movies. But given how difficult film production was for the first 2 movies, George Lucas felt that making a grand total of 9 movies, one after another, was probably a bit too daunting. So he instead focused all his energy on concluding this first trilogy with one go. He decided to streamline his ideas into a far cleaner, more traditional kind of finale. Everything would come to a more sound conclusion at the end of Revenge of the Jedi, ending the story of every character that fans had grown to know and love. There was one very big question over Lucas's head, however. What's gonna happen to Han Solo? I mean, the guy's still frozen in carbonite. He's gotta get out somehow. But also, Harrison Ford is a huge movie star now. Not just because of Han Solo, but also because of Indiana Jones. He's a household name with no obligation to come back to Star Wars if he didn't want to. Ultimately, of course, he did come back, signing on to Revenge of the Jedi alongside Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher. But the question then became, for how long? As in, should Han Solo die? Harrison Ford and screenwriter Lawrence Kasdan agreed that Han Solo should probably die, to raise the stakes in the final act and get audiences to fear for every character's safety before the end. But George Lucas was against that idea. He didn't want to kill off anyone, let alone Han Solo. And since he was the primary financier and the main decision-maker behind the entire series, his word was law. As Lawrence Kasdan would later remark, he knew what he wanted, and he got what he wanted. There were some larger ideas for Revenge of the Jedi, though, that were starting to rub the wrong way with Gary Kurtz. Being a producer on the first 2 movies, Gary Kurtz was instrumental in getting those movies made, in helping to further Lucas's vision. But there was starting to be a growing divide when it came to the 3rd movie. Gary Kurtz didn't like that the 3rd script was going so much lighter, that it was gearing for a younger audience. He believed that the main motivator behind story decisions wasn't to tell the best possible story, it was to create something that could sell more toys. Cater the characters to younger audiences, make a bunch of money off toy sales, and call it a day. Gary Kurtz was an instrumental voice for the first two movies, but now, because of these disagreements and a growing divide between him and George Lucas, he would ultimately leave the project. His working relationship with George Lucas was over, leaving Revenge of the Jedi's producing efforts in the hands of Harold Kazanjian, who would take over as a lead producer on the final chapter in this trilogy. The next question became, who would direct? Across the year, George Lucas searched up and down for a new director to helm the third movie. Irvin Kershner decided not to take on the third movie, having already spent 2 years in this universe, so Lucas had to bring up someone new. Originally, he wanted Steven Spielberg to direct, but given the fact that Lucas had broken from the unions, he couldn't actually hire Spielberg, even if Spielberg had wanted to do it, which he was apprehensive about to begin with. David Lynch turned it down, saying he had no interest. David Cronenberg also turned it down, not wanting to direct a script written by someone else. So ultimately, George Lucas landed on Richard Marquand, a Welsh director who had made a name for himself with movies like Eye of the Needle, a World War II spy film. With Richard Marquand finally signed on as the director for Revenge of the Jedi, the pieces began moving swiftly into the year 1982. Because on January 11th, principal photography finally began for the third and final Star Wars movie, all under a whopping budget of $32.5 million. Things got off the ground running at Elstree Studios in London, filming across 9 massive stages for the Grand Slam finale. However, relative to his predecessors, Richard Marquand was fairly inexperienced with visual effects. Yet now he was headlining a massive visual effects-heavy movie that was a sequel to 2 of the most visually engaging movies of all time, which is why George Lucas would become far more hands-on during the production of Jedi. He was on set virtually every day, even directing the second unit when it was needed, which was good because Jedi was easily the most ambitious visual effects movie ever made, even more ambitious than The Empire Strikes Back, with over 900 shots total that needed to be made, on top of all of the on-set visual effects needed for filming. ILM worked tirelessly, working with Stuart Freeborn to create tons upon tons of creatures for on-set work, including the incredibly advanced puppet for the one and only Jabba the Hutt. After 2 movies of teasing and setup, Revenge of the Jedi was going to feature the vile gangster in all his glory. This massive slug creature with snot and drool oozing from every crevice. The puppet was so big and so advanced that it needed around a half-dozen puppeteers to move it all in tandem. You had a guy for the eyes, a guy for the mouth, a guy for the hands, a guy for the tail, and even a guy for Salacious Crumb, Jabba's little pet dog, cat, squirrel thing. You thought Yoda was impressive? Well, he was very impressive actually, but Jabba was another step above, becoming a shining beacon during Jedi's production. All the while, as production continued, it began leaving Elstree Studios and filming in other locations outside. The crew visited the Yuma Desert in Arizona for the dreaded Sarlacc sequence. They also journeyed to the Redwood Forest National Park in California for the forest moon of Endor. But because Star Wars was such a big thing now, and everyone knew exactly what it was and how much money it made, once places learned that Star Wars was coming to town, they jack up their prices to try and bank on Lucas's seemingly bottomless pockets. Something normally costs $1? Well, if the crew for Star Wars wants it, they need to pay $2 type of thing. Of course, despite how big Star Wars was, money wasn't infinite. They still had a set budget they had to remain under. So, production supervisor Jim Bloom came up with an ingenious solution. When booking locations or equipment, the crew would use the fake working title Blue Harvest Horror Beyond Imagination. Deliberately the least interesting title they could think of, so that no one would think twice about what movie it actually was, and then charge the normal fee for their product or service. It was only when the crew showed up and stormtroopers were running around with Luke, Han, and Leia did people realize that Blue Harvest was actually a cover for the third Star Wars movie. And as production continued, the familiar cast was joined by another handful of new faces. New rebellion leaders were played by Dermot Crowley, Caroline Blankiston, and Tim Rose in costume as Admiral Akbar, who would ultimately be voiced by Eric Bauersfeld. Then you had Warwick Davis, a young 11-year-old playing the character of Wicket, the lead of the new species of characters called Ewoks, native to the forest moon of Endor. But above all, there was one cast member who joined to fill out perhaps the most significant new role of the movie, Ian McDiarmid as the Emperor. The Emperor had appeared in The Empire Strikes people realized that Blue Harvest was actually a cover for the third Star Wars movie. And as production continued, the familiar cast was joined by another handful of new faces. New rebellion leaders were played by Dermot Crowley, Caroline Blackiston, and Tim Rose in costume as Admiral Akbar, who would ultimately be voiced by Eric Bowersfeld. Then you had Warwick Davis, a young 11-year-old playing the character of Wicket, the lead of the new species of characters called Ewoks, native to the forest moon of Endor. But above all, there was one
He
cast
looks
member
so
who joined
young.
the
Crazy. That's the same dude. That's crazy.
Star Wars movie. And as production continued, the familiar cast was joined by another handful of new faces. New rebellion leaders were played by Dermot Crowley, Caroline Blackiston, and Tim Rose in costume as Admiral Akbar, who would ultimately be voiced by Eric Bowersfeld. Then you had Warwick Davis, a young 11-year-old playing the character.
Crazy. He was 11. He was 11. Crazy. Even though he's a little person, he still looked the same. Crazy.
Star Wars movie. And as production continued, the familiar cast was joined by another handful of new faces. New rebellion leaders were played by Dermot Crowley, Caroline Blackiston, and Tim Rose in costume as Admiral Akbar, who would ultimately be voiced by Eric Bowersfeld. Then you had Warwick Davis, a young 11-year-old playing the character of Wicket, the lead of the new species of characters called Ewoks, native to the forest moon of Endor. But above all, there was one cast member who joined to fill up perhaps the most significant new role of the movie, Ian McDiarmid as the Emperor. The Emperor had appeared in The Empire Strikes Back, but now he was going to get a far bigger role in this grand finale, with Ian McDiarmid filling the shoes and makeup in a spectacular way. Together, they'd all film an even more intricate set of sequences than in either of the previous two movies. It was a far bigger puzzle, with bigger sequences that had been shot for anything that had come before. But eventually, after 5 months of grueling work, the last day of principal photography came on May 20th, 1982. Although there was an unexpected feeling of sadness over the whole affair. This was the last day of principal photography on what was said to be the last Star Wars movie. The cast and crew had all worked together for 3 movies now, but all of that was coming to a close. Mark Hamill himself would refer to it as being like the end of the semester, and it's time to clean out your locker. This was all coming to an end. But while the lead actors had wrapped, that didn't mean filming was done altogether. In fact, a month after principal photography concluded, in June of 1982, the camera team at ILM returned to the Redwood Forest National Park to film one of the first ever Steadicam shots for a feature film. A rig that would strap onto one cameraman and remain relatively steady as he braved uneven terrain. All of this was built for the Speeder Chase, one of Jedi's big new action set pieces that was sure to wow audiences. This cameraman would walk through the forest, capturing 1 frame of film every second. Once played back at 24 frames per second, it would look like he was blasting away at over 100 miles an hour. Exactly the speed and momentum the crew was looking for to sell the sequence. The sequence was partly revolutionary for a different reason as well, because the entire thing was sculpted via animatics before shooting commenced. Before they filmed the sequence itself, Dennis Muren and many others created smaller models for each of the props and worked out all of the best shots for the sequence from top to bottom. That way, they had an idea of how it had cut together, the momentum and speed they were looking for, and what shots they needed to make the sequence function once all was said and done. Then that would be translated into the final filmed footage, with the actors, the Steadicam, everything they'd need based on the previs to make the sequence as good as it could be, which all marked the big transition into the team's full blast into post-production. Lots of big names at ILM were finally reunited. Since the completion of Empire, plenty of teams within ILM had split off to work on other movies. At first, movies for George Lucas's friends like Raiders of the Lost Ark, Poltergeist, and E.T., but eventually even breaking beyond that for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. ILM was slowly becoming a work-for-hire company that would do visual effects for any movie that needed it. They were becoming a full-fledged visual effects house. But now, with the Star Wars trilogy coming to a close, every big name was brought back under one banner to see the whole thing to the end. This time, there were 3 major visual effects units.
This shit was really Marvel Studios before Marvel Studios.
Dennis Muren, and Ken Ralston. Their experience on the first two movies was paramount in getting this third one through the door. Even joined by familiar faces like Lauren Peterson in The Model Shop and Phil Tippett for stop motion
Just within
animation
3
and
movies
feature
though,
effects.
like that
With
is
the post-production
crazy.
moving soundly now on Revenge of the Jedi, the promotion game began to hit a stride. In fact, in May of 1982, in the UK only, a special 30-second teaser was released with a double feature presentation of Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. It barely showed anything, but it did reveal the first official images from Jedi's production, as well as the still-in-discussion release date of Christmas 1983. That's right, some discussions around Jedi's release date had it set for a Christmas release at the end of 1983. But over time, that idea wound up being phased out in favor of following in the footsteps of the first two movies, setting Jedi for a May 1983 release. In fact, the movie was even originally going to release on May 27th, 1983, but it wound up being moved up just 2 days to May 25th, releasing on the 6th anniversary of the first movie back in 1977. Gotta love that kind of symmetry.
Yeah.
But while the promotion game had already started in the UK, it would take until August of 1982 for promotion to begin stateside. Because during another re-release of the original Star Wars, it was joined with a special 90-second teaser for Revenge of the Jedi.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, the next chapter in the Star Wars saga, Revenge of the Jedi.
Featuring the first good looks at the third movie's impressive effects and action sequences, this trailer got all who saw it incredibly excited for the upcoming release. Reintroducing all of our favorite characters, including a defrosted Han Solo and the still menacing Darth Vader. Still gotta wonder how exactly they're gonna deal with the I am your father reveal. They gotta have something up their sleeves. There wasn't a ton, but the glimpses provided were huge, revealing the scale and scope of the movie and the grand finale it promised to provide. It was even eventually joined by this teaser poster, with artwork by Drew Struzan teasing a final standoff between Luke and Vader. But before the year would come to a close, Jedi would undergo one very significant change. After stewing with it for some time, George Lucas came to the conclusion that he didn't like the movie's title. The Jedi, he thought, shouldn't take revenge. That's not in their nature. Which is why on December 17th, 1982, it was officially announced that the third movie's title would change back to George Lucas's original idea, Return of the Jedi. A more apt title considering the nature of the Jedi, and something a bit more hopeful than the harder-edged Revenge title. It did mean that everything released so far had to be remade, with an all-new advance poster painted by Tim Reamer featuring the new title. And the existing trailer was re-edited to let everyone know the title had been changed.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, the next chapter in the Star Wars saga, Return of the Jedi.
Only a few months now, only a few months left, and the Star Wars trilogy is going to come to an end with one grand return. As the clock turned to 1983, visual effects work had completely taken over. Post-production was in full swing, and it was easily the most taxing and overwhelming post-production effort in the entire trilogy. With more ships than ever before for the final space battle, composite shots were far more complex, and there were plenty more advanced models and creatures than ever before. Specifically, one of the big selling points was the Rancor, a monstrous creature that had threatened Luke at the start of the movie. Originally, it was conceived as a stop-motion creature until George Lucas had the idea to make it a man in a suit. But after a series of tests, it was decided that that wasn't going to work. So Dennis Muren came up with the idea to shoot it as a high-speed puppet. With Phil Tippett and 2 others puppeteering the creature, it would be filmed at up to triple the speed to make it feel big and imposing when played back at 24 frames per second. With that work figured out, the sequence was able to come together. But despite sequences coming together, Jedi was a far more grueling production than either of the last 2 movies. There were more stages, more effects, more everything than ever before. The movie was so big and ambitious, the effort needed to get it done was so much more intense. It was all about putting your head down and getting to work. There was no time to stop or pause. There was no time to even breathe. The effects needed to get done, and they needed to get done fast. Some internally even felt that the original atmosphere at ILM was being lost, and that what originally made it charming was going away. At At the same time, the sound team hit a couple snags. When testing the movie inside of a regular movie theater, the sound team and George Lucas noticed that none of the impressive sound effects work they had done was being heard at all. The theaters just weren't playing it the way they thought they would, which is why George Lucas invested in an all-new audio company called THX, created by Tomlinson Holman, a name that obviously pays homage to Lucas's first feature film. THX was created to standardize a far more advanced sound system for better quality control across all metrics. Thankfully, while post-production was incredibly difficult from top to bottom, as things continued and shots made it through the door, morale among the team would lift. They were getting it done come hell or high water. And as the months continued and the May release of Return of the Jedi inched closer and closer, marketing and promotion really began to heat up. You, of course, had a full theatrical poster with art by Kazuhiko Sano, featuring all of the main characters back once again for the final chapter, which was also joined by a second theatrical trailer.
The next chapter in the continuing Star Wars saga.
Across another 2 minutes, this trailer reveals even more of the spectacle and action Return of the Jedi promises to have, featuring new and returning characters, as well as big answers to questions audiences have been left with since Empire. Because during this trailer, Luke directly asks, "Is Darth Vader my father?" While the trailer doesn't answer it, it has been the question on everyone's mind for 3 years. Is Darth Vader Luke's father? Was he lying? Was he telling the truth? A few more weeks and this movie will open the floodgates to let us know. TV spots aired across the final weeks leading up to release, letting audiences at home know the Star Wars trilogy was about to come to a close. 3 years had passed since the release of The Empire Strikes Back, which blew the Star Wars universe wide open, raised new questions and new characters to the surface to make the universe...
Hey, yo, I'm still curious about how this nigga got a new lightsaber and why is it green instead of blue. They probably explained that in the comics or whatever, but who the hell reads Star Wars comics? Not me. Graphic novels? Not me. You feel me? I don't even read fucking Marvel comics and graphic novels, so you think I'm about to read some fucking Star Wars graphic novels and comics? Nah. And they probably explained it in the breakdown video. I just don't remember it. I really don't.
There's more interesting than ever. Now, with the final movie heading to theaters, it was time to answer the big questions. What would happen to Han Solo? What would happen to Luke and Vader? How would this whole thing come to a close? After years of anticipation and years of grueling production behind the scenes, the time had finally come to find out. The clock had now turned to May 25th, 1983. After 6 years since this entire adventure began with George Lucas's incredible vision, it was time to head over to your nearest theater and witness the Star Wars trilogy's grand finale. It was time for The Return. Right off the bat, this movie is hell-bent on following up the loose threads left behind from Empire Strikes Back. First up, we gotta free Han Solo. The entire opening act of this movie centers around the plan to free Han Solo from the clutches of the vile gangster Jabba the Hutt. It's even the first paragraph of the opening crawl. And Jabba is an incredible puppet. We already talked about how it's manned by a half-dozen people, and the results are immaculate. I mean, this guy's huge, grotesque, emotive, his big tongue sticking out, it's crazy. Even Salacious Crumb gets plenty of little moments to shine. And he's got Han Solo locked on his wall, still encased in carbonite. So the question is, how will our heroes get him out? Well, it's complicated. First, Lando was sent in to take over as one of Jabba's guards. Then, C-3PO and R2-D2 are sent in to become Jabba's new robot helpers. And then, a fake bounty hunter takes Chewbacca inside, transferring him to Jabba for a monetary reward. Even getting creative about it, impressing both Jabba and the returning Boba Fett. But then it's revealed that this is no bounty hunter at all. It's actually Princess Leia. And through her efforts, she is finally able to defrost Han Solo and break him free from the carbonite. Alright, we're off to a great start. Unfortunately, things almost immediately go wrong from here. Han is sent down to the prisons with Chewie, Leia is made Jabba's slave girl, even given a slave outfit. One has to ask, why? But also, the answer can be obvious. Even Luke, who finally shows up in person, is caught in one of Jabba's tricks.
Ah, bruh, he had the fucking text, but it was somewhat faded out of it. That bitch said someone was horny.
Unfortunately, things almost immediately go wrong from here. Han is sent down to the prisons with Chewie, Leia is made Jabba's slave girl, even given a slave outfit. One has to ask, why? But also, the answer can be
Someone was horny.
Even Luke, who finally shows up in person, is caught in one of Jabba's traps, becoming the latest prisoner.
How we doing?
Same as always.
That bad, huh?
But this does lead to some fantastic action, starting with an incredible standoff between Luke and the Rancor. This creature who, despite being made at a much smaller scale, the filming technique absolutely sells its scale in imposing force. And it takes a clever move by Luke to finally take it down. But that's not all the sequence has to offer, because continuing Star Wars penchant for the tiny little moments that help breathe life into the characters and universe, we see the Rancor's handler breaking down into tears at the death of his pet. Only Star Wars could pull that moment off, adding a whole new element to
That shit was
a
hilarious.
great sequence. And then you have the sequence over the Sarlacc pit, or as it's also known, the desert's butthole. And this is where Luke's whole elaborate plan finally takes shape. We reveal R2-D2's role in this whole thing, to launch Luke's lightsaber towards him and turn the tide to finally break free from Jabba's clutches. And to the great delight of fans, Luke's lightsaber is green. Every lightsaber before this has either been blue or red, but now we're adding a whole new element to the color wheel, RGB in full force. Although it was ultimately because the filmmakers realized you wouldn't be able to see the blue glow of the lightsaber in front of the blue sky. So in order to make it more visible, it was made green. But it's still great, kind of signifying a bit of a level up for Luke as he slowly but surely becomes the Jedi Knight we all want him to be.
Type shit.
This sequence also brings a lot of closure to this side of the story, as on one hand, through ridiculous circumstances, Boba Fett dies by falling into the Sarlacc pit. Although, is he dead? Who knows?
Yes.
And then, of course, in one big active rebellion, Leia fights back against Jabba the Hutt, choking him out with his very own chain until he too is killed. Great work, Leia. Get that slug guy out of here. Ultimately, our heroes escape, Jabba's sail barge is destroyed, and the adventure is kicked off with a bang. It's both a bang of satisfaction and of finality. Return of the Jedi is the grand finale of this trilogy, the conclusive chapter to this entire story, and it knows it. Every scene brings about some kind of conclusive angle. Every long-lasting thread is brought to a close here in one way or another. The saddest of which has got to be the final scene with Yoda, because despite his immense strength and wisdom, not even he can undo the passage of time.
When 900 years old, you reach British good, you're not.
And while his role here is brief, it's still great to see that awesome puppet walking around, answering Luke's most dire questions. Like the question on everyone's mind, is Darth Vader his father? Finally, after 3 years of questioning, the truth is confirmed.
Your father is.
Thanks to Yoda and the ghost of Obi-Wan, it is confirmed that Darth Vader is in fact Luke Skywalker's father. They even revealed that his original name was Anakin Skywalker, which is actually a name George Lucas had in mind during the earliest drafts of the first movie. It was going to be spelled differently and used for someone else, but it's interesting to see that idea make a comeback here. We even get the tiniest bit of insight into the fall of Anakin and how he ultimately became the villain we all know and fear.
He's more machine, twisted and evil.
Which thrusts Luke into a greatly emotional journey where he has to face off against his father once again. Now with so much more emotional baggage going into the final stand. But while there's plenty that Return of the Jedi succeeds on, there is an unshaking feeling that this movie isn't quite as good as its predecessors. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty to enjoy, but there are areas where it falls short of the other two movies. This movie visually feels like a cross between George Lucas's objective framing and Irvin Kershner's subjective framing. The camera's not moving quite as much on set, which is contrasted by how it's moving a ton during the entirely visual effects sequences. This isn't the end of the world, but it does create a bit of a disconnect between what was shot on set or on location.
Type shit, I get what he's saying. I get what exactly what he's saying.
This time also feels a little redundant. One aspect in particular.
Anyway,
the Empire's built another Death Star. Following in the footsteps of the original movie, in order to raise the stakes once again, this entire movie centers around the rebels trying to destroy the second Death Star, with another elaborate plan to hit right in its core and thwart the Empire's plans. This does create tons of fun moments and lines, but you can't help but feel a sense of deja vu. We've done this before. But then comes the longest little tick against this movie. Once Han Solo is freed from Jabba, the pace of the movie majorly slows down. Once everyone gets to the forest moon of Endor, things kind of stopped happening for a little while. Everyone's just kind of mucking around for a bit as we gear up for the finale. We meet the Ewoks, these tiny teddy bear creatures, one in particular named Wicket, played by Warwick Davis. These guys can elicit a number of reactions. On one end, you can find them absolutely adorable and fall in love with them, or you're on the other side of the spectrum and you find them irritating and annoying. Mileage for these guys may vary. Personally, I think they're fine. I got no strong feelings one way or another, but they do take up a lot of screen real estate. You got bits like how they believe C-3PO to be a god, which is then confirmed when Luke uses the Force to lift 3PO into the air. 3PO even gives the Ewoks a recap of the last two movies. What fun. On top of this, Han and Leia don't really have much going on internally. In contrast to the last movie, which gave everyone ample amounts of stuff to chew on, this movie is very Luke-centric. Luke gets all the best stuff here, and as a result, Han and Leia are kind of thrust to the sidelines. They have plot-related things they gotta do, but we never get any kind of arc with them. It's all about how they're going to help stop the Empire, which is a little underwhelming. We spent the first third of the movie getting Han Solo back, and now that he's here, he's just hanging out. It's nice to see him, but he could be doing a bit more.
Just a bit.
Really bad feeling about this.
But while the pace in the middle of the movie definitely drags a bit, once the action heats up, things are top tier. The visuals, the spectacle, it all hits a home run. I mean, look no further than this speeder bike chase. This whole scene is designed around being fast. We got speeders whizzing through the trees at over 100 miles an hour. In a lot of respects, this is the crowning achievement of the entire movie. It's fast, it's exciting, there's not much music, but every little beat adds to the tension and excitement. Gotta love going as fast as humanly possible through the biggest trees in the world. The music in this movie is also fantastic. John Williams once again absolutely kills it with the score, reusing some of the great themes from the last two and introducing a whole bunch of new motifs for this one. We have a nice little charming theme for the Ewoks. We got new heroic themes for the Rebellion, including a theme where the Rebels score a big victory like they did when Jabba's barge was destroyed. There are some slight alterations to the Imperial March, this time squarely cementing this theme as Darth Vader's just as much as it is the Empire's. And then you have the briefly used theme for Luke and Leia. A nice, simple piece that builds on the dynamic of these two characters. But why would you put so much more focus on these two? Is this movie finally giving a payoff to the love triangle set up from the last two movies? I mean, making it look like Han and Leia would get together before Luke and Leia would ultimately get together? No, this movie definitely doesn't go that direction. Instead, building off of a tease both in the last movie and once again in this one, it is revealed that Luke Skywalker has a twin sister. And that twin sister is none other than Princess Leia.
And she knew. That would really kill me. That would somehow. I always knew. Like, bitch. Somehow you always knew, but you steady kissed this nigga on the mouth. The first time it was wrong as hell. The second time it was kind of brushed off a bit because you was just concerned. But the first time you was really trying to make Han jealous. It had a long ass on the mouth kiss. I don't think I ever kissed my sisters on the fucking mouth. ever. Ever. Barely got kissed on the cheek. You feel me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. That shit trip me out, bro. That shit trip me out, bro. Somehow I always be bitch.
Always.
Always?
This reveal does. It is revealed that Luke Skywalker has a twin sister.
Oh
and
shit.
that twin sister
Oh
is none
shit.
other than Princess Leia.
Oh fuck. Excuse me.
Always. This reveal does impact Luke more than Leia, because she never really gets to grapple with it long term. She's very accepting that Luke's her brother, but she never confronts the fact that that also means Vader's her father.
Yeah.
What does Leia think about that?
Word.
I don't know. But
Word.
it does strengthen Luke's attachment to Leia and his friends, ultimately forming both his greatest strength and greatest weakness.
Force is stronger with him. Father held it. I held it.
You have.
My sister has it.
Now, despite the fact that this is the big finale for our central characters, we're also introduced to a bunch of new faces as well, like a whole swath of new rebellion leaders. We got the likes of Mon Mothma, who kind of feels like a wise old sage, very out of place within the militaristic rebellion, but also fitting. You then have the ever-excellent Admiral Akbar, gotta love that fish-headed guy, and then there's General Nadine, who only appears briefly but is memorable for his terrible fake beard. I'm sure you've noticed it before.
My fault, they got the
He's
juice
wearing a
skin,
fake
Kevin
beard.
Hart,
Because
constant
this
entry on
action figure was going to have a beard.
I don't know which one it is, but
shaved just
it's
before
one of them.
shooting. And so, in order to match the already molded action figure, he was given a fake beard so that he looked the same as the toys that would populate store shelves. Yeah, that's real.
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
The ever-excellent leaders.
Whew.
Now, despite the fact that this is the big finale for our central characters, we're also introduced to a bunch of new faces as well, like a whole swath of new rebellion leaders. We got the likes of Mon Mothma, who kind of feels like a
your little brother straight. Really? Ain't no way this water been running the whole time. Whatever. Go ahead and clear the bed out right quick. Here for now. I'll put that right there for now. Would buy some candy from the fucking gas station this week. I wish I would. I wish I would. That's it. Okay. Okay. Shoo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Shoo-ba-doo. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, this shit at 100 though. Stop playing. Got your bitch ass. Okay. Only reason I'm taking a picture of it is because I feel like that shit is gonna be needed. Because I see numbers that are not on the original. Well, that they are on the original, but you know, whatever. Got my shit back to 100, so you know what that means. Pokemon Go, Pokemon Go. so they cut it in half. That's dope. I wish I knew that. one more, bitch. I'm trying to get more candies out this motherfucker. Thank you. Shit. Bastard. I just want to make sure everything is straight before I get back to it, y'all. That's it. South Korea! South Korea! Los Angeles! Los Angeles! Sweden! Indianapolis, Indiana. Alright, I sent everybody a gift today. And I didn't open up all gifts been sent to me today. Okay. Think I'm good. I'm good. 3 hours, 26 minutes.
He's old sage, very out of place with a weakness.
Force is stronger with you. Father hasn't. I haven't. My sister hasn't.
Now, despite the fact that this is the big finale for our central characters, we're also introduced to a bunch of new faces as well. Like a whole swath of new rebellion leaders. We got the likes of Mon Mothma, who kind of feels like a wise old sage. Very out of place within the militaristic rebellion, but also fit. You then have the ever-excellent Admiral Akbar, gotta love that fish-headed guy. And then there's General Nadine, who only appears briefly but is memorable for his terrible fake beard. I'm sure you've noticed it before. Dude's wearing a fake beard. Because his action figure was going to have a beard, and yet the actor shaved just before shooting. And so, in order to match the already molded action figure, he was given a fake beard so that he looked the same as the toys that would populate store shelves. Yeah, that's real. Then there's one more additional character here who did appear briefly in the last one, but now he's a central focus to bring everything to a close. The Emperor. Now played by Ian McDermott, this guy is great. I mean, he's got great makeup for one thing. His face looks like it's melting a bit, like he's been corrupted by too much of the dark side of the Force. But the real kick for this character, and what makes Ian McDermott's performance so fun, is that he just loves being evil. At every moment, he's reveling in his position of power. He's reveling in the torture and misfortune of others. There's nothing redeemable about this guy, and he plays it up in every turn. I mean, he's even got a fantastic evil cackle. And as it turns out, he was cunning enough to form a whole plan to stop the rebellion. Then there's one more additional character here who did appear briefly in the last one, but now he's a central focus to bring everything to a close. The Emperor. Now played by Ian McDermott, this guy is great. I mean, he's got great makeup for one thing. His face looks like it's melting a bit, like he's been corrupted by too much of the dark side of the Force. But the real kick for this character, and what makes Ian McDermott's performance so fun, is that he just loves being evil. At every moment, he's reveling in his position of power. He's reveling in the torture and misfortune of others. There's nothing redeemable about this guy.
657 though.
Every
657.
turn. I mean, he's even got a fantastic evil cackle. And as it turns out, he was cunning enough to form a whole plan to stop the Emperor. Now played by Ian McDermott, this guy is great. I mean, he's got great makeup for one thing. His face looks like it's melting a bit, like he's been corrupted by too much of the dark side of the Force. But the real kick for this character, and what makes Ian McDermott's performance so fun, is that he just loves being evil. At every moment, he's reveling in his position of power. He's reveling in the torture and misfortune of others. There's nothing redeemable about this guy, and he plays it up at every turn. I mean, he's even got a fantastic evil cackle. And as it turns out, he was cunning enough to form a whole plan to stop the rebellion. The rebels believed that they had found some kind of weakness, an opportunity to attack and destroy the second Death Star. But it was the Emperor's ploy the entire time, to lure them into a final stand and wipe them off the map once and for all.
We have enemy ships on Sector 27. It's a trap.
This is the setup that takes us right into the massive grand finale, where every piece to this puzzle comes together for one last stand against the Death Star in the final battle between the Rebellion and the Empire. And continuing the escalation from the first two movies, which respectively featured one finale and then two finales, Return of the Jedi comes to a close with three simultaneous finales, starting with the Battle for Endor. This is the ground level side to everything, where Han, Leia, Chewbacca, R2-D2, and C-3PO team up with various rebel soldiers and the Ewoks to face off against an army of stormtroopers and AT-STs. AT-STs had appeared briefly in the last movie, but here they get to have a starring role, towering over everyone and blasting down onto the forest below. Unfortunately, Han and Leia still don't get a ton to do. Instead, they're trapped in front of this door for pretty much the entire time. But the guerrilla warfare tactics used by the Ewoks and Rebels is quite fun. I mean, they're throwing rocks, logs, everything they've got against the Empire. At first, it's largely ineffective. Characters take damage, R2 is electrocuted and out of commission for a bit, even Leia gets shot. And then there's the moment where 2 Ewoks get blasted and only one gets back up, trying his damnedest to wake up his friend. Talk about a tiny little moment holding a lot of power. But eventually, once Chewbacca and some Ewoks get control of an AT-ST, the tide begins to turn. The Ewoks throw everything they have at the remaining Imperial forces and finally get the upper hand, fighting back in tons of great moments. The second threat in this finale is the battle for the Death Star. Out in space, Lando Calrissian leads the Rebel Alliance in a battle to destroy the Death Star. Of course, they have to hold their horses for a bit while the ground forces struggle to destroy the Death Star's shield generator. So instead, they focus their energy on the Star Destroyers in perhaps the most technologically advanced sequence ever put to film by this point. We got ships flying left and right, the cameras whizzing by at incredible speeds. We're not just moving fast, we're rotating, turning, swinging around these models so fast you can't even get a good look at them. It's visually the most exciting sequence ever put together for any of these 3 movies. And the accomplishment of every element coming together is downright incredible. I mean, it even has Nyan Nun taking on the co-pilot seat inside the Falcon with Lando.
Don't worry, my friend's down there. Put that shield down on time.
The Death Star also gets involved, destroying at least 2 Rebel cruisers. But the Rebels manage to turn the tide here as well, not only using the Star Destroyers as cover, but also destroying the Super Star Destroyer. The most threatening ship from the last movie is finally taken down in this incredible explosion. You'll love to see it. And then finally, there's the third and most central threat in this finale, the battle for Darth Vader, which could arguably be the greatest aspect of not just this movie, but the entire trilogy. Luke Skywalker has been brought before the Emperor, and must face both him and Vader down in his ultimate final test. It's a constant battle of tug-of-war as Luke tries his best to resist his urges and not fall to the dark side. All the while, the Emperor continues to taunt him at every possible moment. This is personified not just by Luke's darker clothing, but also by this shot where his face is half shrouded in darkness. Star Wars has always been a story of good versus evil, but when it gets the most interesting is when it explores the push and pull of both sides, the temptation and urge to give in to your hatred. Here it's brought to center stage, as Vader himself even tests Luke, poking and prodding his greatest weakness, the people he cares about most, which all leads to the moment when he threatens his twin sister, Leia.
If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will.
And suddenly, Luke goes berserk. He berates Vader with his lightsaber as haunting John Williams music plays over the scene to give a cathartic yet also harrowing sound. Luke is giving in to his darkest urges, fully overpowering Vader until he cuts off his hand. But it's here that he realizes that he and Vader are not so different, in a rare example of a movie that doesn't need to say it for the audience to get it, which leads to the moment where finally Luke pulls back. In one move, he resists his temptation and passes his final test.
I'm a Jedi, like my father before me.
But the Emperor sure doesn't like that, introducing an all-new ability, Force Lightning. Audiences were no doubt blown away that the Emperor, being so powerful with the dark side, suddenly blasted Luke with lightning. But I'm sure they were even more blown away as the sullen Darth Vader watched in silence. A quiet, reserved horror. Even when staring at just a mask, you know what's going on underneath. Until ultimately, the seal breaks, and Vader finally picks up the Emperor, electrocuting himself, and throws him off the ledge. Let's go Darth Vader. In one big moment, he came through and ended the reign of the Emperor once and for all. Unfortunately, the damage to his suit is irreversible. We already know he needs this thing to survive, that he's more machine than man, which means that since the machinery is failing, so too will the man. which leads to the moment where Luke removes Vader's helmet, finally revealing Anakin Skywalker underneath. For the first time, Luke meets his father, and with his final breaths, Anakin is redeemed and relieved.
Tell your sister you were right.
And so ends the story of Darth Vader. A story that contains a ton of power within these three movies. While it can be considered a bit rushed towards the end to tie everything up in a nice little bow, it is without a doubt the strongest aspect of this third movie.
Yeah.
It's something that totally pays off the cliffhanger left after The Empire Strikes Back. And finally, the other two threads also come to a close, with Han and the others successfully destroying the shield generator, allowing Lando and the Rebel forces to infiltrate the Death Star, leading to one final showcase of the greatest visual effects anyone had ever seen, as the Millennium Falcon soars into the Death Star and finally destroys the core. And with a last-minute escape, we watch as the last big plan of the Empire is swiftly wiped away. The Emperor is dead, the Empire's greatest weapon is destroyed, their plans are thwarted, and the rebellion is able to walk away victorious. It's a huge climactic series of events that, while definitely similar to the first movie, are still incredibly satisfying. They're also very bittersweet. As the last scenes come around and the celebration begins, Luke burns the body of Vader, cleanly bringing his story to a close. And finally, as the great song Yub-Nub plays, we watch as the Rebels and Ewoks celebrate their victory. We watch our heroes laugh and cheer with each other. We even see the ghosts of Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin Skywalker, confirming that he was able to become one with the Force. And with one final shot of our heroes, we close out the whole trilogy with one last iris wipe. That right there is Return of the Jedi. It's overall a very fun time. There's plenty of good to go around with this movie. As a whole, it is probably the weakest of the three, but it also features individual moments that are the best in the trilogy. Reviews and reception from fans and critics was almost universally positive. People were absolutely thrilled with the conclusion to the biggest story ever told on film. There was some slight pushback, however. People criticized the more PG sensibilities and especially the kid-friendly Ewoks. Some people noticed that the movie's aims felt more geared towards toy sales than purely telling a good story. So after Jedi's release, there was a bit of division among the fan base. But where Return of the Jedi needed to hit, it absolutely hit, with a grand finale that brought the central story of Luke and Vader to a climactic and satisfying close. And like the first two movies, Return of the Jedi stormed across the box office with huge numbers. Thanks to the excitement built by the previous two entries, Jedi opened with $23 million, making it the biggest opening weekend of any movie ever released up to that point. The first week followed suit with $45.3 million, before the ultimate final take wound up at $252 million in North America and $480 million worldwide, surpassing the already massive take for Empire and the original run of the first movie. But not the first movie's reruns. Thanks to re-releases in 1978, 79, 81, 82, the original Star Wars had upped its domestic take from $220 million to $323 million, totaling $530 million worldwide, being the first movie ever to crack $500 million. All three movies in the Star Wars trilogy were absolutely massive, and thanks to their success and impact on pop culture, they would go down in history as one of the greatest film trilogies of all time. They were endlessly inventive, endlessly innovative, and told an incredibly engaging story about plucky heroes facing off against the forces of evil. Star Wars is a timeless story. A story of a young boy yearning for more and ultimately getting wrapped up in the adventure of a lifetime. And in 1984, Return of the Jedi would continue the series' reign at the Academy Awards, being nominated for 4 awards. While it didn't win any of those, it did go home with a Special Achievement Award for visual effects, continuing the trend started by the first two movies, the trend of creating revolutionary effects for a revolutionary movie. But for now, the story is over. The story of Luke, Han, and Leia had now been completely wrapped up. George Lucas had made his 3 movies, his original plan, and now it was time to step away. Right as Jedi was completed, Lucas went through a divorce, and without the burden of a huge Star Wars movie on his shoulders, he took his time to raise his young daughter. Lucas retreated to a personal life, allowing the legacy of his trilogy to live on for years untouched. But behind the scenes, he continued to innovate and push technology forward into the future. For one thing, during the making of the Star Wars trilogy, Skywalker Ranch was built in California, becoming a home for every Lucasfilm subsidiary. ILM, THX, LucasArts, all of them could live under one roof. In fact, the ranch was even used to film Darth Vader's funeral for the end of Return of the Jedi. Several members of ILM would continue to work for the company, creating even better visual effects as the decade continued. Effects for such movies as Spielberg's Temple of Doom and Robert Zemeckis' Back to the Future. Richard Edlund would ultimately leave ILM after Jedi, instead creating his own effects company, Boss Film. And Joe Johnston would also leave ILM, instead going to film school at USC, completely paid for by George Lucas to become a filmmaker in his own right, directing movies like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and The Rocketeer. Star Wars as a franchise would also continue through the 80s, though in a much smaller capacity. 2 TV specials would be released centering entirely around the Ewoks. You had the Ewok Adventure, also known as Caravan of Courage, which was released in 1984, and in 1985 you had the Battle for Endor. Video games would carry the franchise through the decade, with arcade and Atari games released for all 3 of the movies, alongside an Ewoks video game and a Droids video game, which eventually ballooned into more ambitious video game enterprises like Dark Forces 1 and 2, released in the mid-90s. There was even a Droids animated show, which aired in 1985 for 1 season. Disneyland would even get a taste of Star Wars with Star Tours in 1987. Allowing fans to become active participants in the galaxy far, far away. And eventually, all 3 movies would make their way to VHS, allowing people to rewatch the movies at home anytime they wanted, even introducing the new generation of kids to the adventures of Luke, Han, and Leia in their struggle against Darth Vader and the Empire. The Star Wars trilogy is a timeless story of fighting against the forces of evil and finding hope and optimism in a world where none exists. It's a trilogy that left generations inspired in innumerable ways, either to follow in the footsteps of the characters or even follow in the footsteps of the creatives behind the scenes. Star Wars was a revolution across the late 70s and early 80s, becoming some of the most successful movies of all time, trailing right behind Steven Spielberg's E.T. Now, with this trilogy wrapped up, I want to give a quick shout out to some key things that I absolutely could not make this video without. First is Empire of Dreams, a 2.5-hour documentary about the making of the original trilogy. Then there's the Disney Plus series Light and Magic, which chronicles the history of ILM from its inception, and the website The Making of Star Wars Timeline, which organized some of that information and even some other good nuggets into a comprehensive timeline complete with dates and significant events. And of course, the biggest shout out is to projects 4K77, 4K80, and 4K83. We all know that these movies have been changed over the years, and the changed editions are the most easily accessible. But these projects, under the guiding hand of Team Negative 1, are painstaking fan-led restorations of real film prints from 1977, 1980, and 1983, to bring back the original trilogy in startling HD quality. It's a shame that the original versions of these movies are only found in fan-made projects, but stuff like this is absolutely fantastic for the preservation of not just some great movies, but of key moments in film history. And don't tell anyone, but the footage I used was from those projects. What you're seeing here is how it was presented when it first came out. No alterations whatsoever. So I want to thank all of them for being essential for me in getting this video made, and just in general for preserving the original trilogy and film history as a whole.
Remember, the Force will be with you. Always.
But while the Star Wars story was seemingly completed, there was still a missing piece to all of this. People were acutely aware of the fact that these movies were labeled as episodes 4, 5, and 6. I mean, what franchise starts with movie number 4? Audiences and fans knew in their heart of hearts that one day there'd have to be more. But George Lucas was biding his time, relaxing with his riches until one day he'd deem it fit to reopen the Star Wars box once again. At which point he'd go back in time, telling the story of Anakin Skywalker and his fall to become the malevolent Darth Vader. There was only one question on fans' minds. One question that kept them going for years. When?
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward. With pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters. And every path leads to new possibilities. Get 2.9% APR plus no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2025 Equinox models. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Did you guys something?
It's a temple.
This is serious.
Disclaimer. This video contains spoilers for the Star Wars prequel trilogy and both versions of the Clone Wars TV show. There are time codes in the description if you want to jump around. We all good? Incredible. Now this is where the fun begins.
It is 7:16, 7:16.
In the 70s and 80s, George Lucas had created the most successful film trilogy of all time. He had told a timeless story about going on an incredible adventure of good and evil. But with the release of Return of the Jedi, that story came to an end. The adventure of Luke, Han, and Leia had come to a close, as their struggle with evil was wrapped up with the Empire's defeat. So, what was George Lucas going to do next? Well, he was going to reinvent the way movies were made. George Lucas believed that movie making was stuck in the past. The entire process was antiquated and inefficient. So, in the years since Return of the Jedi, he put his focus into upgrading every aspect, not just for himself or projects under Lucasfilm, but for the entire industry. Sound was first up, getting upgraded under his new subsidiary THX, which began work for Return of the Jedi, leading to the rise of digital audio editing. And film editing was soon to follow. For the longest time, film editing was built around literally cutting and splicing film with your hands, running it through a piece of hardware that could only move backwards or forwards. If you needed a new shot or you needed a couple more frames that you cut off, you had to go and physically find those pieces of film and reattach them to the reel. Lucas knew in his heart of hearts that this was outdated, and went to great pains to introduce digital, non-linear editing to the film industry, which all began with the Edit Droid, the very first non-linear digital editor. You didn't need a strip of film, you could go backwards, forwards, you could select files from different areas. It was so much simpler and easier to use, and it paved the way to the rise of Avid Media Composer in 1989, which is still, to this day, the industry standard non-linear editor. Then came the real kicker. As much as Lucas knew that editing and audio needed to transition to digital, he also believed that the world of visual effects had to go digital. That once the technology was advanced enough, computers could create images bigger than your wildest imaginations. During the 80s, ILM had a computer graphics division, headed by Ed Catmull and eventually John Lasseter, who built a device that could create these incredible digital images, the Pixar Image Computer. The only issue was that this team's goals didn't line up with Lucasfilm's goals. Lucasfilm wanted to create visual effects for live-action movies. The computer graphics department wanted to make entirely CG animated movies.
Yeah.
So, with the technology
I was
on
about to say, bro,
the computer
this nigga Lucas started Pixar?
During the 80s, ILM had a computer graphics division, headed by Ed Catmull and eventually John Lasseter, who built a device that could create these incredible digital images, the Pixar Image Computer. The only issue was that this team's goals didn't line up with Lucasfilm's goals. Lucasfilm wanted to create visual effects for live-action movies. The computer graphics department wanted to make entirely CG animated movies. So, with the technology on enough of a foundation, the computer graphics department was sold to Steve Jobs and ultimately became Pixar Animation Studio.
Really?
ILM then worked to create
Wait a minute, really?
computer graphics division, purely
This
designed
nigga Steve Jobs got a hand in everything.
With action movies, the computer graphics department wanted to make entirely CG animated movies. So, with the technology on enough of a foundation, the computer graphics department was sold to Steve Jobs and ultimately became Pixar Animation Studios.
Crazy.
ILM then worked to create a whole new computer graphics division, purely designed from the ground up for digital visual effects for motion pictures. And suddenly, things started moving real damn fast. A few key figures rose to prominence. Dennis Muren was one of the visual effects artists on the original Star Wars trilogy, and now he'd fully embraced the digital world and all of its possibilities. Then you had the pioneering duo Mark DePay and Steve Williams, who built and rebuilt all sorts of new programs to create never-before-seen effects. And on top of all of them, you had John Knoll, who'd been working at ILM all throughout the 80s after film school. He was very interested both in the work of the old guard who'd made the effects for the original Star Wars trilogy, but also the new work by the computer graphics department. In fact, when it was still the Pixar team, he immediately had his mind blown when he saw that they could take a piece of film and transfer it to a digital file that could then be manipulated within the computer. This small stepping stone led directly to him and his brother Thomas Knoll getting together and quite literally inventing Photoshop. A program that had the ability to take images and convert them into pixels that could be manipulated to your heart's content. With these key figures and a number of others jumping onto ILM either from the outside or from other departments, digital effects exploded. You had things like the stained glass knight in the movie Young Sherlock Holmes, you had the water pseudopod for The Abyss, even a fully liquid metal man for Terminator 2, all of which led to the real quantum leap in the year 1993. With a little old movie you might have heard of. Jurassic Park changed the world. There was no other way to say that. It really did. It was originally going to be the magnum opus for stop motion, the ultimate visual effects showcase for everything stop motion could do. But what it became was the first real showcase of what computer effects could do. The team at ILM was finally able to create creatures that looked like real living flesh and bone. Creatures that could match up to the incredible practical dinosaurs made by Stan Winston and his team on set. These models were huge, they were detailed, they were fast, they were alive. George Lucas saw what the team had come up with for Jurassic Park, and a light bulb went off in his head. It was like a eureka moment. For years, he had felt like his mind was always 10 steps ahead of technology, that his ideas were always too far-fetched to be achieved. But now, as he saw living, breathing dinosaurs created in the digital world, he knew that technology had finally caught up with him. All of his ideas now felt more achievable than ever, which is why, after 10 years away, George Lucas made the big decision to go back to Star Wars. In the years since the original trilogy, Star Wars fans were at their most fringe state. While there was some stuff to chew on, like video games, TV specials, and even animated shows about droids and Ewoks, the franchise was nowhere near as big as it was during the release of the original movies. In fact, there was a 4-year drought from 1987 to 1991 where essentially nothing new came from the galaxy far, far away. To be a fan of Star Wars right now, you had to put a bit of work in to find new stuff and new people. Most of the mainstream world had moved on. They were focused on other things. That was until things slowly began to change with the Thrawn trilogy written by Timothy Zahn. Released from 1991 to 1993, these books were instrumental to revitalizing people's interest in Star Wars, bringing it back to the public consciousness, at least a little bit. Chronicling the story after the end of Return of the Jedi, introducing the whole...
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
know you lying. Hold on. This nigga Kanye need to stop fucking tweeting. Like, what? Why is this nigga phone haven't been taken away? Or how come this nigga haven't been restricted yet? Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Who the fuck still drinks lean? Seriously, like, who the fuck is still paying to go to sleep? I've been stopped paying for lean. I ain't gonna lie. Now, if a nigga got lean around me, I'll take some sips. You feel me, or whatever. But having a whole cup to myself, that shit dead. That shit dead. I get some Z-Cool so quick, and it works quicker. The fuck? And it ain't as much. Nigga be trying to charge fucking $50 for a line, $60 for a line. You know? And niggas be putting that shit in a fucking 20 ounce or a fucking liter. Nah, man, I'm good. Like, I really can't. I really don't get that shit. Like, maybe it's just because I don't do all that other shit no more. Like, I've been stopped. Like, it's been probably as long as I had my hair. You feel me? That I took pills or had lean or whatever. I ain't gonna lie, I had some X pills before, like when I had my hair, but that was only like for a couple years. Real talk. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just been some time since I've been on Instagram.
Almost done, y'all. Motherfucking post said, swing on me and watch how quick everybody say they just talk to you. Oh my god. That is so reckless. Oh shit. But not for real though. I always say I would never like kill a bitch like straight up unless I'm really provoked. But these hands and feet gonna bring you close to fucking death. And bitch, you better not fucking die before I stop. You feel me? Real talk. Okay. Wait. Refresh. Okay. Ah! I ain't going to Facebook though. Pokemon Go. And
A bunch of new concepts, which is why, after 10 years away, George Lucas made the big decision to go back to Star Wars. In the years since the original trilogy, Star Wars fans were at their most fringe state. While there was some stuff to chew on, like video games, TV specials, and even animated shows about droids and Ewoks, the franchise was nowhere near as big as it was during the release of the original movies. In fact, there was a 4-year drought from 1987 to 1991 where essentially nothing new came from the galaxy far, far away. To be a fan of Star Wars right now, you had to put a bit of work in to find new stuff and new people. Most of the mainstream world had moved on. They were focused on other things. That was until things slowly began to change with the Thrawn trilogy written by Timothy Zahn. Released from 1991 to 1993, these books were instrumental to revitalizing people's interest in Star Wars, bringing it back to the public consciousness, at least a little bit. Chronicling the story after the end of Return of the Jedi, introducing a whole bunch of new concepts, characters, and even the world of Coruscant, launching the Star Wars expanded universe. These books were so wide-reaching that they can be at least partially attributed to Lucas's own re-interest in the series, because shortly after the trilogy's release, the tide for Star Wars fans swiftly changed in a hugely exciting way in 1994. When George Lucas finally made the news official, he was coming back to Star Wars. After over a decade away, there was going to be a new Star Wars movie. The fan base rejoiced from this news. It was the best news they could have possibly hoped for. It also didn't mean that just one movie was on its way. George Lucas was coming back for the entire prequel trilogy, episodes 1, 2, and 3. Star Wars fans were suddenly going to be eating pretty damn good. After all this time, the story would be rounded out. The original trilogy would be given a companion piece to make one grand 6-movie series. Now, there weren't any plans to continue beyond Return of the Jedi, with no real motives to make 7, 8, 9, or even 10, 11, and 12. This was going to be it. The whole story would round out into 6 movies. Once Episode 3 hit theaters, the Star Wars saga would be complete. But there's still a long road ahead before that can happen. George Lucas was now entirely focused on making the first of these 2 movies, Episode 1. And writing began on November 1st, 1994. George Lucas, back with his pencil and paper, began writing the next story, the one that would begin the whole thing.
All I need is an idea.
And while the development of the movie initially started with him, as is common, the team around him began to expand in 1995, as a few key figures began to join the project very early on. You had Doug Chang, a designer at ILM, who was working extensively on ship designs behind the scenes. Drawings and illustrations that managed to serve him perfectly well to become Episode 1's design director, responsible for designing ships and the overall look of this new era. And then, of course, you had Rick McCallum, a producer who had worked with Lucas before for the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles in the early 90s. Now, he was the lead producer for not just this first movie, but the 2 to follow. It was going to be a big partnership between these 2 guys to get these movies done. One thing that was for sure, George Lucas's ideas were going to be very ambitious once again. Technology had advanced so much that Lucas was going to put all of his craziest ideas on the table, and the team behind the movie would have to figure them out. But before the explosion of visual effects could happen for Episode 1, the team needed some kind of testing ground. They needed some kind of proof of concept that this new movie's ideas were going to be possible or even accepted, which is why in 1996, the team at Lucasfilm and ILM decided, under the stewardship of Rick McCallum, to re-release the original Star Wars trilogy under the banner, the Special Editions. In part to test the new technology, in part because the 20th
Wait, so they released that shit before?
but also because George
They
Lucas
dropped the
always
prequels?
thought the original movies were incomplete. There were effect shots and different moments he had always wanted to fix. And now, after nearly 2 decades, he was finally given the chance to fix them and add to them to make the movies he always wanted to release. All 3 movies were restored digitally, all 3 movies had additional shots filmed that were not part of the originals, and all 3 movies featured
that
new
vanilla Kit
digital
Kat.
visual effects, becoming an elaborate preview of what audiences could expect with the new trilogy. New sequences, redone sequences, all sorts of stuff to polish and fix Lucas's perceived flaws with the original trilogy, all of which led to their re-release on A New Hope's 20th anniversary in 1997.
For an entire generation, people have experienced Star Wars the only way it's been possible, on the TV screen. But if you've only seen it this way, you haven't seen it at all.
For its 20th anniversary, the adventure of a lifetime returns to the big screen in a way you've never seen before.
In a flash, Star Wars was back in the pop culture zeitgeist. The movies were coming back to the big screen for the first time in a decade. Trailers were released for the special editions. All 3 movies got brand new posters illustrated by Drew Struzan. It all worked to recapture the magic and excitement audiences had felt 20 years before. And people turned up in droves. On January 31st, Episode 4, A New Hope returned to movie theaters, making a whopping $138 million in North America, making its grand total now $460 million domestically and $775 million worldwide. On February 21st, Empire followed, raking in another $67.6 million in North America. And while Return of the Jedi was initially set to release on March 7th, given the success of the other 2, it was pushed back to March 14th for a little bit of breathing room, making another $45 million across its return run. Star Wars was fully back in the pop culture conversation. The original movie became the most successful movie for the month of February, dominating the box office. It was the perfect return to form for people who hadn't seen them in theaters since they released, or the new generation who hadn't seen them on the big screen at all. The timeless adventure was back and everyone was talking about it. But that didn't mean it was flawless. Well, in a lot of ways it was pretty flawless, but the versions that were released here in 1997 were different from what came out 20 years earlier. The special editions brought along a number of changes, enhanced effects, and additional scenes, some of which were pretty innocuous. I mean, Cloud City now has windows so you can see outside more. The Wampa appears at the start of The Empire Strikes Back in full this time. The puppet they created for the original was pretty bare bones and pretty last minute, but now they could really add that creature into the scene so you could see it in all its glory. For Return of the Jedi, Femi Taylor, who played Ula in the original, was even brought back for a brief additional scene to add tension to the Rancor. That's cool. There were additional shots of other planets at the end of Return of the Jedi during the celebration, with glimpses at Tatooine, Cloud City, and even a huge new metropolis world that people had never seen before. This was Coruscant, which promised to play a big role in the upcoming prequels. And pretty much the entire finale for the original movie was redone with all new effects to create the shots George... Hold on. While Return of the Jedi was initially set to release on March 7th, given the success of the other two, it was pushed back to March 14th for a little bit of breathing room, making another $45 million across its return run. Star Wars was fully back in the pop culture conversation. The original movie became the most successful movie for the month of February, dominating the box office. It was the perfect return to form for people who hadn't seen them in theaters since they released, or the new generation who hadn't seen them on the big screen at all. The timeless adventure was back, and everyone was talking about it. But that didn't mean it was flawless. Well, in a lot of ways it was pretty flawless, but the versions that were released here in 1997 were different from what came out 20 years earlier. The special editions brought along a number of changes, enhanced effects, and additional scenes, some of which were pretty innocuous. I mean, Cloud City now has windows so you can see outside more. The Wampa appears at the start of The Empire Strikes Back in full this time. The puppet they created for the original was pretty bare bones and pretty last minute, but now they could really add that creature into the scene so you could see it in all its glory. For Return of the Jedi, Femi Taylor, who played Ula in the original, was even brought back for a brief additional scene to add tension to the Rancor. That's cool. There were additional shots of other planets at the end of Return of the Jedi during the celebration, with glimpses at Tatooine, Cloud City, and even a huge new metropolis world that we've never seen before. This was Coruscant, which promised to play a big role in the upcoming prequels. And pretty much the entire finale for the original movie was redone with all new effects to create the shots George Lucas had really had in mind. Despite how incredible it originally looked, Lucas always wanted it to be more. And now, it was. The Death Star even explodes differently now. While those changes were totally fine, there were a number of changes that generated a lot more controversy. There was now a big musical number added to the start of Return of the Jedi, expanding on what was there before.
Which was not needed.
2 CG leads, and boy, did they give you a good look into their mouths. Return of the Jedi also featured new celebration music. On top of the new planets, the ending music was changed into something Lucas considered grander and more appropriate for the ultimate conclusion. This unfortunately replaced Yug Nub, which a lot of people really enjoyed. So as much fun as the new music might be, was it worth it to lose Yug Nub? But by far the most controversial aspect came with Mos Eisley in the first movie. I mean, you had new shots to introduce the area, including a big crane shot that unfortunately breaks away from the rest of the movie's visual style.
Oh, God.
Then you have a new scene featuring Jabba the Hutt, a scene that was filmed and intended to go in the original, but due to time and budget reasons, it got cut. Now it was re-added back into the movie with a CG Jabba and Han Solo stabbing over his tail. I guess it's neat to have this scene now, but it does just repeat all of the same information as the Greedo scene. We're not learning anything new. Oh, but there's Boba Fett. Speaking of the Greedo scene, this is where the real controversy comes in. This is how the scene was put together in the original version of the movie.
Yes, I bet you have.
And now, here's how the scene's cut together in 1997. Oh boy, now this one caused a stir. Other changes resulted in sometimes unnecessary additions or unfortunate replacements for certain things, but this one actually changed the intention of a scene. Instead of Han Solo being the no-good scoundrel at the start of the movie, which adds more weight when he turns back at the end, this gives him a slight sense of hesitation so that Greedo shoots first instead. Han waited for his opportunity and only shot after Greedo did. This caused a mountain of controversy within the fandom. Plenty of fans voiced their dislike of the change, constantly using the phrase Han shot first to let everyone know the scene originally played out.
Yeah.
The scene worked fine the way it was, but Lucas didn't see it that way and had it changed. Ultimately, while it was greatly exciting and hugely successful to have the Star Wars trilogy back on the big screen, it changed the fan-creator relationship in a very significant way. Before, fans had their entire faith in George Lucas and the creative team. They made the original trilogy and it ruled, but now they had made changes that weren't always for the better. So the fan reaction now was more, we know better than you, Mr. Creator. While that side was definitely a bit more fringe right now, it was a pivotal turning point. But audiences at large were still hugely excited, making this a hugely successful advanced preview of the new movies to come. Star Wars was back at the center of the conversation, and now audiences were ready to gear up in just a couple short years for the first all-new movie in almost 2 decades.
You can't predict sick days. But with Kleenex, you can be prepared for them. For whatever happens next, grab Kleenex. Find the things you love. Welcome to your Walmart.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose any size, any crust, including
I can't skip it.
and any toppings you want. Get 50% off your
I still ain't tried to do Domino's stuffed crust,
this week only
but
at
I got to.
Domino's.
Cause it's about fucking time that Domino's got fucking stuffed crust.
Squarespace, like,
Hey guys, what's up? It's Speedy, and today I'm going to be playing Trivia Roulette on Honest Days. I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can in 50 seconds. Water, true or false? Modern trivia often incorporates elements of hip hop. True, yes. Steve, hey, drum a basic trivia rhythm on the table using just your hands.
Thanks.
There we go. I'm tripping.
Throughout the early months of 1997, pre-production on Episode 1 was in full stride. Costumes were being made with far more elegant designs than ever before. Sets were being built, full-size props were being made. There were even some mock-ups of the new villainous army, the Battle Droids, the precursors to the Stormtroopers in a lot of ways. Even Spielberg showed up to have a look around, voicing his confidence.
that's great.
It's gonna be great.
That's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
That's gonna be great.
And then came the biggest workload for the movie, the visual effects. Episode 1 was said to have more digital visual effects shots than any contemporary movie. Most big movies at the time landed somewhere around 200, maybe 250 shots. If you were feeling real ambitious, like James Cameron was for Titanic, you might land at 500 shots. But Episode 1 was going to feature nearly 2,000 visual effects shots across its runtime. A workload that no other studio at the time was ready for. But Lucas and Rick McCallum had faith that the team at ILM would be able to pull it off. A team featuring some big names up top. You had John Knoll, Dennis Muren, and Scott Squires as the 3 visual effects supervisors. Jeff Olson joined as a visual effects producer, and Rob Coleman joined as the animation director. This became a huge technological leap because George Lucas had plenty of ideas that had never been attempted before, and the team had to find a way to figure them out.
The big grass planet battle, millions of creatures.
753.
We don't have a real good way of doing that.
753.
One of the big technological leaps was in the area of pre-visualization. For a lot of film history, and even for a lot of this movie, shots were conceptualized through drawings, storyboards. Someone with a pencil and paper would draw out what the shot was going to be. But as useful as storyboards are, you never get a real sense of momentum, pace, or even complicated camera movements. And there was one sequence in particular where knowing that stuff was going to be absolutely essential. The pod race. A scene so intricate and intense that it couldn't just be dreamt up as drawings on paper, it needed something more. Which meant that for the first time in film history, a sequence was pre-visualized with 3D animation to sculpt and design the entire thing. To figure out every shot, every moment, all to help the filmmakers create what they wanted to be a breathtaking sequence. Exciting stuff. You know what else is exciting? Casting. The cast of the original movies were an integral part of their success. You don't get the roguish charm of Han Solo without Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
So now, with a new trilogy and new story, a whole new band of actors were assembled to follow in the footsteps of what came before, and also cement themselves as their own characters within this universe. Ewan McGregor, who previously starred in Trainspotting, was cast as the young Obi-Wan Kenobi, long before his adventures as Old Ben Kenobi in the first movie. Crazily enough, Ewan McGregor actually had a connection to Star Wars already, as his uncle Dennis Lawson played Wedge Antilles in the originals. Now that's cool.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson joined as Obi-Wan's master, Qui-Gon Jinn. Natalie Portman joined as Padme. Ian McDiarmid was back from Return of the Jedi, here to play a young version of the Emperor before he became the Emperor. He was joined by Ray Park as the film's new villain, Darth Maul. Ray Park, of course, was a martial artist and sword fighter, able to bring that expertise to the fight sequences to make them more exciting than ever. At the same time, Samuel L. Jackson had revealed on a radio show that he was a big fan of the original movies and would love to be a part of the new ones in any capacity. This eventually made its way back to Lucasfilm, for which they approached him asking if he was serious about joining, and he was. And so Samuel L. Jackson joined as one of the members of the Jedi Council, Mace Windu, during their prime years before the rise of the Empire. He'd be sitting side by side with Yoda, who would once again be voiced and puppeteered by Frank Oz. And of course, Anthony Daniels and Kenny Baker